Okay, I'm gonna read this now. Sorry for shitted English. I am Germany, but today encountered I on the street autism person, and me walk away down the street because I have new headphone set. Then I see very weirdo person that runs and the hands is flapping. Say him, hello there, not normal. And he give me instant sorrow that I did that. Follow me fast with much cry of through entire street. He is fast and gives not fuck about car and street. That him is moving very fast. He becomes hit by car. I run like devil out of seat.
Hello there, chat. How are you guys doing on today's very special stream? But before I actually start anything, I have to do something. It's a little something that I had prepared. So hold up, I have it right here. Hope it's audible enough, but you know, it is what it is. I hope it's gonna be audible. Hold up. There it is. There it is. It's a celebration mood today because my Twitters got finally unsuspended after being suspended for like what, 4 months or something like that. But yeah, you're gonna be dealing with this confetti until you're sick of it, or at least until I'm sick of it, until I get some kind of motion sickness out of it. But before we continue with anything else, I need to put the music on because you're gonna be needing a little bit of background there, as today we're gonna be dealing with probably one of the dumbest people I've seen, and not just among VTubers or VTuber antis, just in general, one of the dumbest people I have ever seen to try to pass themselves off as an intellectual. And what I'm talking about, well, I'm talking about CriticalReikan, or Reikan, or as she's now known as Tessa VT. She tries to escape her past because she's a good girl. She did nothing wrong, and people should cherish her for her VTuber managing talents that she has, as she frequently describes herself in the past as a jack of all trades but master of none. But to me, it's a jack of none trades and master of absolutely nothing. Master of shitting yourself online, if anything. Let me get the music up and then we can continue talking about this, because there's a lot of things to go through. Literal years of talking about this dumb person. So the music's up, a little bit of lo-fi beats today. I hope it's to your liking. I don't think I've heard either of these names, and I do not blame you, because Reikan has operated. I wouldn't say under people's radars, because to people that actually knew of all the VTuber drama that was happening throughout the years, or at least since 2020, do know of Reikan. But Reikan as a character, like, was she ever popular? Was she infamous? I wouldn't even say that she was, because Reikan has always gotten very little traction, and once she actually got any kind of traction going, it was usually for the worst things possible, mainly having some kind of meltdown, or trying to organize some kind of harassment against somebody. And there has been a lot of that shit going on. And I decided to do today's stream because of one reason, and probably one reason only. I would have probably left this be if it was up to me. But Reikan, as Tessa, decided to, pretend to be something else that they aren't. And I do not like that. I don't like people trying to escape accountability and trying to pretend after all the shit that they have done to escape that accountability. I do not like that. And you'll see the levels of hypocrisy, the levels of demented apologia for certain people or certain events out there. You're gonna be pretty fucking disgusted, as I was. As I was compiling this, I was like thinking to myself, holy fuck, this person is much worse than I remember them. And having connected the dots on everything, it's just, what was it all for? It was all for the clout and the money. And that's the worst part of it. Because it shows you a picture of a person that has absolutely no principles. Morals that are bendable like, I don't know, like Play-Doh. They are that moldable, those morals that the person claims to have. That, it kind of defies explanation. But I'm gonna try to do that anyway. As it's all gonna be all for the bag. And as I always do, I have prepared kind of several arcs to it, but they're gonna kind of be divided by years. And so instead of just doing like similar bigger arcs to all of this, I decided to divide these streams like into folders, dating back all the way to 2019 and ending on pretty much this year, because there has been some stuff in this year as well. Not that much, because Reikan, as she is now as Tessa, has calmed down. But the shit that she says as Tessa, compared to everything else that she has done over the years, it kind of paints a picture, as I already explained, of a person with absolutely no morals, no moral fiber whatsoever. Not to mention a fucking spine. But yeah, we're gonna be starting in 2019. Even though this person, even though CriticalReikan has a history that dates back at least into, guess what? Into fucking Gamergate, yes. Into fucking Gamergate. There's gonna be fucking Gamergate mentions in this stream. And how on topic is that, considering there's Gamergate 2 happening? And I'm not gonna be talking about Gamergate 2. At least not on this stream. I don't want to be a Gamergate 2 streamer. I was already there for Gamergate 1. I have enough of Gamergate at this point, as even though Gamergate is much dumber in terms of where the worst people possible have escalated it to. So if you want a Gamergate history, you'll have to go to somebody else. But Gamergate, the original one, is actually related to Reikan, believe it or fucking not. So it's gonna be something fucking special. So as I was saying before, Reikan is a person that gets involved into any kind of drama, any kind of popular drama, all for the name of that delicious clout and any potential financial benefits she might have gotten out of that. And it all starts with anime community, the anime community, like dating back to pre-Gamergate stuff, so before 2014, but continue well on into like 2020 at least. So we're gonna learn a bit about Reikan's character here, as I have compiled a little bit of articles here and there, a little bit of Medium posts that will show you a picture, like give you the basic background of Reikan's personality going forward. So then you have a little bit of context to how they behave going forward, and it's gonna be something. I don't know how long this stream is gonna be actually. I always have this dilemma when it comes to my streams, that I may be doing too little, and then the stream turns out to be like 8 hours long because I prepared too much. But it is what it is. and I have to accept it for what it is. So I have as much as I wanted to show, even though I'm quite sure the things that Reikan has done, like behind the scenes, of which I'm not aware of, because I'm not that of a I'm not that much of a stalker to follow her that closely, like into discords and shit like that, in order to know what this person has been doing. So all of the shit I'm gonna be talking about today has been public on Twitter and on other places that Reikan has attended, put her writings on and shit like that. So starting off, we're gonna be giving the reins to Reikan as she has written a blog post about the state of the anime community, in which she goes into detail just a little bit about her personality and her background. And why is this important? Again, it's setting the stage for what's going to be coming. So I call this one the anime grift saga. I'm gonna see what that one's all about. It's gonna be a lot of reading. No video files today. I cannot be lazy, unfortunately. So there's gonna be a lot of reading. So Reikan, if you in case you don't know, has been quite active in the anime community, at least since 2014, coming out of the GameGate era, which spawned a lot of commentator YouTubers, a lot of people that turned out to be grifters of different kinds. Like you got your political streamers here, quote unquote political streamers, like I don't know if you know Ethan Ralph. Like Ethan Ralph is one of those people that comes out of Gamergate. Sargon of Akkad got popular because of Gamergate. There's all kinds of people like, and I know I'm gonna be just dropping random names here that may not mean much to anyone, but most of these people, if not all of these people, have turned out to be like just awful grifters and awful people in general. So you have people like King of Paul, and Dworsky, your general commentators, people that pretended to care about journalistic integrity in gaming and shit like that, later to turn out to be, again, absolute pieces of shit. And Reikan is one of those people, but Reikan tends to think that she's better than that. Reikan has an immense ego, as you're gonna learn throughout of this stream. So Reikan likes to write a lot, mainly because probably that she likes the likes the sound of her own voice, rather, or likes to read the things back. Likes to read things back to herself. I think what kind of fantastic writer she is, what kind of genuine and genius points she makes about things. So in the past, as you can see here, I have a few Medium posts here talking about anime and gaming in general, like, pretending it's from sort of a place of knowledge. And one article that I wanted to highlight today, and I'll just give you a bit of an outline about Reikan, is this one. Fandoms have hit rock bottom. Again, we can do better. Where do we go from here? So let me just go through it, all of it. It's not that long, but you'll understand a few things about Reikan just from the glimpse of this article. For a while, I was going to touch this. I was not going to touch this with a 10-foot pole. After depressing sleep, a few thoughts came to me about Nessa's whitewashing controversy. This issue is shockingly reflective of burnout than any of us realize, even for people I initially upset, believe it or not. See, I remember how controversial Archie was growing up, and I did not understand the controversy myself when I was younger. I did not understand why Archie was suddenly a symbol of gay rights. So, admittedly, I enjoyed the doujin materials as a mere fujoshi and shrugged it off. Why is Archie relevant? Well, the same exact dynamics are at play as far as how discourse plays out. I had only realized it when I was old enough in 2014, when Omega Ruby and Sapphire came out and the gay rights claim on Archie was challenged again. Around this time was when Gamergate happened. I did not like the SJWs at that time. Based on my knowledge about how old Reikan here is, I think in 2018 Reikan was like 28 or something like that. So, you know, do your math about how old Reikan was in 2014. Let's continue. I may be wrong on that age, but the age is not that relevant. I was perplexed at why people were upset over art, over a video game, over anything not related to material well-being, and sorry, I had to remove this confetti because it's triggering my autism. What I equated as sort of real social justice, that of MLK and figurehead in women's rights had done before my time. I did not see need for feminism or much of a need for social justice in wait for it social spaces. I did not understand much of the time. In 2014, I was admittedly transphobic, homophobic, sexist, racist, and just a complete asshole with a lot of issues that I had not even realized I had until a few years ago. Do remember this because not much has changed in that aspect of Reikan's personality. I was dismissive and hardened my heart to what the criticisms even were. I surrounded myself with other bigots that agreed with me. I wanted nothing to do with these HJWs. I just listened to my favorite skeptic YouTubers and had a lot of hate and confusion for current events. Gamergate has radicalized me, is what she's saying. This was not normal for me to do, as for so many nerds who tend to get upset over these issues tend to do. When I saw Archie again being presented the way he was despite lacking the hentai, I often enjoyed others in Silker jerking that the left is so hysterical at everything. I had no evidence of this despite what was going on at the surface. I never actually talked to a leftist. I did with every issue imaginable. I never had a single conversation with somebody from the left, let alone even try to reach out and understand why somebody felt the way they did. I did not try to understand the context surrounding issues myself. I relied on others for that. Things had happened and I grew out of that. It was a phase for me. I eventually learned how to talk to others, how to research, how to be analytical, not to just about the surface level discourse, but about what is not being said outside and what power structures are at play, etc. Essentially, radicalized the other way. If Reikan was actually radicalized by whatever Gamergate and skeptics were spewing at that time. But instead of to the left, instead of to the right side of the political spectrum, it went to the left. So in some aspects, much worse. In some aspects, the same as any extreme rightoid. Since coming out as trans, and I really working on myself and also not being as political active as I had been for the past 4 years, I have taken a step back at things and really dove into social issues and learning more about the process of how things unfold. From this past February onward, I have seen controversy after controversy. Give my takes because of others who follow me enjoy my takes and learn. By the way, almost nobody actually... you have to understand this. Reikan has this undue, unjustified sense of self-importance and how much influence and audience she actually has. Virtually no one knows about Reikan or knew about Reikan. All of this is a self-delusion of grandeur. None of this is real. Reikan had absolutely almost no audience to the shit that she was spewing. And let's continue. Ultimately, I had observed trends and effectively relived what I had experienced from 2014 from the other side of the equation. What did I learn? I learned that there is at least one more reason why something so incredibly trivial and inconsequential can mean so much to somebody. What would Nessa being a lighter undertone upset a black person? That is a question only born from curiosity, not hate. Similarly to this and how poorly this person handled pushback, some signals spoke to me of behavior in both cases between this and Nessa minorities are on high alert and cannot help but feel defensive and paranoid. I can't convince me these characters aren't trans. I'm the only trans headcanon person, but these two scream trans for me for some reason. Again, projecting your own identity onto characters, it's just that. It's just projecting. It's nothing more than that. It's your own worldview imposed on something that's simply not there. As a trans Hispanic woman myself who is keenly aware of what goes on in the world and systems, power, and exactly what keeps us down, I understand there are people with a vested interest to make my life a living hell. I had not had great therapy, which you all understand in as the streams goes on. This person has never had good therapy. I may not be alive right now. I can't say same for the people who fix Nessa when they see a lighter undertone as for trans people who just want to enjoy the X says trans rights meme. I can't read minds and neither can you. You don't know who is at the rock bottom and can end it all tonight. This is not about sensitivity or any common surface level assumptions. It's about respect. I also refuse to accept why can't everybody be nice. Naivete stands either. This response doesn't understand who's really bringing unnecessary mental harm in their area. Doesn't call for the level of hate, harassment, and terrorism that comes with being a minority online. The point is this: minorities online have just caused to be as defensive as they are. Death threats, doxing, harassment, and bullying are sadly commonplace online. While I wish that the way it's just, which we go about expressing ourselves, our complaint issues about any given topic could be less toxic, my response is empathy and helping hand through these trying times, not whitewashing to trigger the libs. You probably need a little bit of more context here to the whitewashing Nessa thing. All of this comes from the fact that someone made white Nessa as a response to essentially probably some kind of Asian artist at that point. I don't remember that well because it was a few years ago at this point. But essentially, an artist got harassed because they drew Nessa with a skin tone that was a little bit too light, and people absolutely lost their shit because of it. So people decided to shit on the people shitting on the artist by making Nessa completely white. So this is where it stems from. It doesn't stem from the point of, whitewashing to trigger the libs. It's making fun of people that actually harassed an artist because they decided to draw Nessa a few skin tones lighter than she actually is, canonically. So that's what it was, in case you needed that little bit of context. But let's continue. So when I see artists I really like and respect be so incredibly immature with let rolling, I don't feel anger. Instead, I feel incredibly disappointed instead. I'm tired of being constantly disappointed by people I like. I want us to act like adults. I was never sure what the hell virtue signaling ever meant, or internet poets had meant. Likely ingrained right-wing buzzwords that do not mean much outside of circle jerks. I'm not even trying to guilt trip anybody into being compassionate. You're gonna see a little bit of those buzzwords coming through later too. Because rightoids might have their own buzzwords, but leftoids have even more. Quite frankly, that train has left the station a long time ago, and even for recent memory. For once, I would just like to, if we do not cherry pick a few people and claim that they are representative of tens of thousands, if not millions of people. Is that so much to ask? Which is very funny. Do remember a lot of these stances that Reikan is expressing here, like not judging, a whole group of people by the actions of a few. Because Reikan does that a lot. And I'm gonna see why. Here's Hughes that has drawn whiteness. With that kind of constant disappointment, I'm sure that what it goes around everywhere for any issue of the day. With events like this happening so often for so long, even in recent memory, being desensitized is expected. But also, how we respond to one another is like deja vu every day for each controversy of the day. And in case you haven't noticed, based on the writing alone here, Reikan likes to write a lot, but says very little, like in terms of actual content on actually having any kind of point. It's just all meandering and words with very little meaning. And Reikan does that a lot. I don't know if it's just pure ego shining through here, or if Reikan just tries to confuse you with this level of writing, trying to trigger some sort of emotional response so you get confused and shit like that. But considering how Reikan behaves, I don't think Reikan is smart enough for that. I think this is just ego. All of this is just ego that shines through this style of writing. Because it's a lot of words, but very few points. There's an observable political trend for these things. Yes, even for something as mind-numbingly trivial as this. Anti-SJWs have their hearts hardened and they radicalize more further to the right, complaining about strawman enemy that does not exist and preparing for the next story to cherry-pick from. People who are apolitical further drift into never-ending frustration and confusion as to why things are the way they are and never progress politically or socially for this realm of discussion. Go figure if you leave our serious analysis and context in your complaints, and it's clear as to why is not finding discussion to be productive. Leftists have to play cleanup of the mess that reactionary geniuses cherry-pick from fail to mobilize effectively most of the time to change the narrative of a topic. Yes, it's the leftists that they have to clean shit up. It's not them reacting to things that are in problems. No, it's the leftists that are the cleanup crew, the Jannies. That is what I observe. These dysfunctional dynamics must change for any meaningful productivity to occur, for social change, as well as having less toxic discussion overall. Do remember that the title of this article was about fandoms, but so far there was like no talk about fandoms whatsoever. It's just left-leaning and right-leaning politics as in context of online communities, not really fandoms. Do you think I want to dislike problematic people, companies, organizations, or on any given issue? I try to find nuance with every issue case by case. Oh, we're gonna see a lot of nuance coming from this one. You're gonna see a nuanced discussion on topics. So much fucking nuance, I can shove it up my ass and call myself a fucking straw man. I have to confront reality every time, and like the great Queen Marie Kondo once said, if it doesn't bring you joy, then throw it out. I do not actually like politics. In fact, I hate it. I involve myself because I must, and I know I am actually contributing to discussions when I actually give a shit about something. Again, ego. Pure concentrated ego on this one. I am proud of the results I have under my belt as a community organizer, but also as a commentator. I also realize there's much work to be done, and I'm willing to help in what ways that I can as an influencer see these things through to the better end. Again, this person has absolutely no influence at this point in time, and even nowadays they have very little of that. More than they used to have, but this is all false. This is all delusional. I don't know who genuinely listened to Reikan at this point and believed this nonsense. At first, I believed that Nessa controversy was beneath me because Game Freak and Nintendo were not involved. Eventually, I looked at the developments and reactions online, and I felt I need to chime in despite telling others privately I want nothing to do with this. That's a super important socio-political issue, talking about Nessa being white or not. The way that everybody handled this shows me that we're at this point in time now where the current state of social issues is a tipping point. Yes, the very controversial and important issue of Nessa being whitewashed. More people are being politically active nowadays, and I know I serve a role to guide people. Holy fuck. This is a symbolic burnout, because most of the response we have for an issue like this is we gotta deal with this bullshit again. So most people who want whitewashing to stop have this initial reaction to, can you just not be problematic for once? My requests aren't unreasonable. Here's the main lesson over all of this. If you find this issue to be tiresome and sad, because it is, take a few minutes to consider exactly why people are upset. Perhaps you can ask such a people exactly why they're bothered by without debating them or giving them an attitude. Just shut up and observe. Learn something by documenting everything. That's what I do. For those concerned about people fixing Nessa to be darker, that's a non-issue. It really didn't happen a lot, if not that one time. In which case, we all should offer an ear for people like that. Chances are they have lots of issues they need to take care of and likely need support. I will admit in retrospect to have the issue first developed. I enjoyed the color theory workshop that the art community effectively did out of the debate. It was interesting. Anyways, I'm sure this article won't do much of a dent right now to the broader discourse. No one read that shit. Only I did. But I got things off my chest anyways. I hope this helps you, dear reader, understand my frustration with the issue at hand. If you like what you see, please consider tipping me, buying me a coffee. And again, monetary incentives at the very end gonna happen lots of times. Because Reikan does things out of not self-actualization to become a better person. It's all get that bag, get that social clout, which didn't come. And in case you know what kind of popularity Reikan used to have. Well, this is the state of Reikan's channel as it was as I screenshotted it. How long ago was that? Like 2 days ago? Of course, it won't be growing at that point. But remember what kind of huge fucking opinion Reikan had about herself, about being an influencer, about changing the tides of discussion and shit like that. Here you go. 565 subscriber YouTube channel with 73 videos. Last video 2 years ago with 366 views, and some of these videos not even going into triple digits. Going back all the way back to 7 years ago. I think the most popular video on this fucking channel is like 1.4k. Again, this is influencer levels. This is someone that should be proud of their works and touts it as such. It's a little bit of insanity. And in case you wanted to know what kind of nuanced discussion Reikan had to offer to the anime community back in 2019, because mind you, this article that I read to you, this article here, this is 2018, in which Reikan says that she inspects and analyzes issues with a lot of nuance and critical analysis. So let me show you the demonstration of that critical analysis from 2019. The anime community has a racism problem. The anime community has a homophobia problem. The anime community has a transphobia problem. Anime community has a sexism problem. The anime community has a pedophilia problem. The anime community has a fascism problem. Keep fighting back. This is the nuanced take. With, for some reason, 61k likes. This is what makes Reikan so self-important, because she makes these loaded fucking statements without any sort of proof, and it's just to get an emotional reaction out of people that would go, yeah, you go girl, you're so right about all of this. Where's the fucking fascism? I can find at least one example, but of all of these things here, mainly from the people that think that these things exist on a wider scale in said anime community, quote unquote. But where the fuck is the fascism though? Like, who exhibits fascism in the anime community in 2019? I don't know. But yeah, this is the level of discourse that Reikan engages in. And then, you know, coasting off of that popularity, because Reikan thinking that one viral post that's quite nonsensical kind of means that they made it big, and they will, you know, be able to kind of work themselves out of this to getting some kind of profit. And they, of course, decided to elaborate just a little bit. Damn, this blew up. Well, I normally support my SoundCloud. I actually have for podcasts on my Patreon I need money for. But right now I want everybody to watch the alt-right playbook. Follow me and also enjoy this essay I made concerning all of this. That's the essay that I read to you, by the way. The entire alt-right playbook series is important for reading between the lines and for recognizing trends, but this is especially important and much more effective than anything that dirtbag left shits out with their triangulation BS. An old good friend asking about how to handle the alt-right and this pipeline despite already watching this. That's a good question. Follow me and shoot me a DM and we can talk about that more. So I can charge you money for my consultations. That's actually gonna happen. There's more. The only problem this community has are people like you who always think that everything is a problem. Keep believing that your voice will change something. It's not like that Japan already showed so many times they don't care what the West says as long as they make enough money. So what exactly is your issue here? You don't even see any issues ever in our spaces regarding race? Like how chuds can have issues with POC cosplayers and write them off as and harass them. Also, the latter sounds like an issue with me, but with capitalism, of course, a little bit of Marxist communist theory has to be injected into this because it wouldn't be a leftoid talking point otherwise. Chuds, bro, I don't even take you seriously as another human being, let alone someone that's actually engaged in my hobbies. And there was a lot more of this in the past, but we are going to be focusing here on more VTuber related stuff, because you have to understand when I actually discovered Reikan. It wasn't in the anime community. It was, as with most things that have to do with the start of my Twitter account, it was with essentially people shitting on Kyoto. And Reikan was one of the people that, of course, engaged in all of that, because Reikan being the voice of reason, the voice of nuanced discussion everywhere, and you know, generally a very swell person to follow on social media, decided to chime in on that one too. But we'll get to that as well. So this was the first thing, and I have many more going forward. Again, this was 2019. We're going to be moving on to 2020 already, as to show you more of an outline of Reikan's regular opinions, in case you didn't grasp them enough from that one Medium post article. So Reikan, being the narcissist that she is, decided to make a thread like this, in which, you know, you essentially get likes on posts, and then you post one opinions about selected topics that are here in this trend. So I highlighted a few, so you know where Reikan stands and on some things that will later turn out to be actually important to what we're discussing here. Alright, I'm gonna do a follow purge. I made this to cover a wide array of controversial topics to curate who I surround myself with. I won't limit this to mutuals for discussions because I do enjoy expanding my block list. Feel free to use this if you want and are bored. So again, Reikan here flexing her influencer tentacles, getting those 80 likes down from 61k. Unfortunately, that popularity on that one post didn't last long, especially not lasting for a whole year, as Reikan's you know, engagement kind of dropped by several tens of thousands of percent into what you see here. But yeah, I highlighted a few opinions from Reikan. on topics that are pretty much of interest. Furries, first of all. I deeply regret being one that on the hate bandwagon growing up. Furries are senpai. We all have a lot to learn from the furry community, but especially anime fans and particularly VTubers. They understand what it takes to maintain and spice up communities. You know, with constant allegations of pedophilia, with constant allegations of literal fucking AIDS, with constant allegations of them shitting up conventions, literally shitting up conventions. Furry murder, zoophilia, zoo sadism. And no, VTubers and anime community do not have problems like this. So I don't know what you fucking can learn from furries other than not to do what they fucking do. So, yeah. Spice up the communities with the things I mentioned. If that's the spice you want in life, I probably don't want you around me. No, I definitely don't want you around me. I probably want you in jail, and the best case scenario, I probably want you 6 feet under the ground. So yeah, furries are senpai, and according to Reikan, people have lots to learn from the fucking furries. Holy shit. But that's not everything. Sex offenders, which is gonna be fucking funny going forward. Because Reikan has a thing with sex offenders too. Close connections, in fact. 6. Sex offenders. Bane of all our existence. I quite like people's instincts to give swift consequences to sex offenders. In any community, and the amount of determination that is done for popular figures who are sex offenders is admirable and noble. In case you don't know who this is Vic Mignogna, or Maniana, or however fucking you pronounce his last name. If you don't remember the Kick Vic controversy, I didn't follow it that closely, but Reikan was a very vocal, outspoken participant in that controversy. And of course, she was on the bandwagon of cheating on Vic and his career, and making sure that, you know, everyone knows what a bad person he is. Ultimately, I think like nothing came out of you know, these actual accusations against him. I think that's the case. I do know that he had a suit against his. It was a civil suit, I think, not a criminal one, against the people that shat on him and essentially ruined his career. But I know that that suit didn't go anywhere and was dismissed, and Reikan was very happy about that. But let's continue into other opinions, because we don't have that much time to talk about Kick Vic here. Fanboys, beautiful, delicious non-conformity that I love. I love me fanboy as much as as the next person, but trap is a slur due to ongoing fatal violence that trans and non-binary people face with normies. Just because you like anime doesn't mean you get to reclaim a slur. Again, it's that bullshit about trap being a slur and it being used to, you know, kill trans people, because entrapment, quote unquote, even though the trap was never a slur, it was just a way to refer to a very feminine boy. So yeah, the fatal violence because of the trap slur that never fucking happened. Fantastic. BLM, a radical movement of our time that subverts and undermines authorities and systems enough for the state to constantly show its fangs in full force. Not only do Black Lives Matter, but Black Liberation matters just as much as it, and I will support it until the day I die. This is the only support for BLM that Reikan has expressed. So yeah, very performative. And I don't want to go into Black Lives Matter especially from fucking 2020. But a lot of it turned out to be a huge fucking scam by people that just wanted to take money of black communities, pretend to actually support them, and then organize huge fucking mansion parties and disseminate all of those donations that they got for the movement amongst themselves and their families. So congratulations to BLM, the most successful scam in decades. Moving on. Cancel culture. Like many terms, cancel culture is an appropriated concept by white people from black people to avoid accountability and responsibility for the shitty things that they do and believe. Its meaning is so diluted now it means mild public disagreement. Next. This is the first time I've seen anyone say that cancel culture is something that was stolen from black culture, and considering it's Reikan saying this shit, I'm very inclined to believe that shit is ultimately super fucking wrong. Shonen Jump. I ain't supporting a company that indulges and rewards pedophiles. That's all I got to say on that one. Do remember this one. It's gonna be important later on. Because, remember, Reikan doesn't support a company that supports and rewards pedophiles. It's gonna be important later on. Antifa. Antifa is another thing that people and the racist uncle think that they understand, but actually don't. Antifa, anti-fascism. It is community and / grassroots rejection of fascism, big and small, all over the world. Sorry, Winston Churchill and FDR aren't Antifa. You forgot to call them unhinged, fucking violent crime mongers. But you know, you can believe what you want to believe, Reikan. Moving on. Anime in general. I love anime. I grew up with it and I have watch lists I could fill up a room. I think it's the general public and mainstream media have a long ways to go to understanding anime. There's a lot of racism and classism to dispel still with most people. It's funny, very funny to me that Reikan here is using Dragon Maid to illustrate her point, considering the next thing she talks about here. Lolicon. See my thoughts on pedophilia, number 7. Lolicon equals pedophilia. I'm always bringing examples up for this. You look me in my 3 eyes and tell me Kodomo no Jika ain't pedo shit. Come on. I fucking dare you. In fact, Rin here, in the middle, she groomed her teacher. Rin here is the villain of this story. In case you haven't read Kodomo no Jikan. She's at fault. This little vixen here, she groomed her fucking teacher into fucking her later when she was 16 at the end of the manga. But yeah, these lolicon sentiments that Reikan here expresses are gonna come back. They're gonna come back in spades. So those were opinions of Reikan in 2020. Moving on, because we have a whole list again of all of this. We're moving on into December of 2020. Those opinions were posted in November of 2020. Here we're getting into December 9th, 2020, and this is very close to the funding of my VTuber Cringe gimmick account, which I believe I made in January of 2021. In this series of tweets, Reikan, of course, decides to chime in on the Kyoto discussion, but not only that, it's about the people that actually talk about the Kyoto controversy. And in case you don't know what that was, essentially Kyoto was a lolly VTuber, a very small lolly succubus VTuber, and people had issues with that because it existed. And Kyoto got harassed to the ends of the earth because of that. In case you want to learn more about that, all of that is on my account, now accessible because it's unsuspended. So we can all look up what the Kyoto controversy was in detail. But Reikan was a major part of it, because Reikan, again, likes to inject herself into every single discussion that's controversial. in order to gain brownie points that never fucking come, because Reikan is incredibly unlikable. Seeing Dimitri Monroe and Shizu chime in on VTuber issues, absolutely not the kind of thing any of us want. I encourage you all to block them both. Not a single good thing comes from either of them. And here's them commenting on it. I just sigh. I guess this bliss couldn't last forever, huh? Now we got to deal with those constant shitfests these kinds of influences and their trash audience brings with them. I had the issues that the anime community has had for years has bled into these spaces. Like fucking clockwork. If you don't believe me with their toxicity and maybe 20 minutes scrolling down each of the TL, look at who they surround themselves with and decide for yourself you want this toxicity in these spaces. Get back to me on that too. It's hilarious that Reikan thinks that they are the toxic ones while they're talking about toxic people. Just like fucking Reikan here, expressing those sentiments. I know this app doesn't quite encourage critical thinking and foresight, but how the hell did this get past the drafting stage? LOL, sure they'd know this wouldn't fly. This is talking about Kyuto's design, by the way. I think she knew damn well what she was doing, who her audience was, and has now struck gold with attracting the right kind of influencers who love this kind of shit and yearn for culture war content and love to feel good about supporting and defending things in response. Hanlon's laser? God damn. This is a lot of logical hoops to jump through. Like, I just wanted to have a lolly succubus design. Two, I wanted to have a lolly succubus design so culture wall influencers would talk about me and trigger a wave of popularity for me. That's a really huge logical step there. From I just want to have a cute lolly succubus VTuber. It's a nice guess, one would think, but it's solid marketing that's reliable. Culture wars are now a tight and true institution for easy clickbait. Mind you, this is a social media expert, by the way. This was someone that was apparently trained in marketing, and this is the conclusions they come to. That culture war is big. That's why Kyuto decided to get a lolly succubus model. Fuck me. But that was it for that, because there's more. This was December 9th, moving to December 10 of 2020, where Reikan talks more about lolly shit. I see the Lolicon Stan squad arrived late. I advise not checking the comments. Lots of "no, you're toxic," then proceed to have people dehumanize me. No matter what you guys do, Lolicon still literally means pedophilia, and I won't tolerate having pedo content be normalized more. Okay, Monroe, you're a lot more problematic than very problematic. If you're accused of grooming like 3 people, being incredibly transphobic and racist in the past, and only backing down after backlash, etc. Maybe you want to be less bold and smug if this is your record. Do you remember this bit of information here about groomers, batting for groomers, shit like that? Sex offenders, being against sex offenders, because all of that is gonna be important once Reikan goes overdrive. In case you need to hear it, you're not the problem here. There is a measure to which VTuber avatars must be judged as a marketing gimmick. The anime community absolutely panders to pedophiles, and any decision to lean to that is questionable at best. Suspect, I'd say even. The number one response I get with callouts like this is "no you" when it comes to identifying issues. Just in case we needed to be clear with the maturity level. Except it actually always is "no you," and that "no you" is actually right, more than not. When people like this, when people like Reikan, and anyone here in this discussion, calls people that likes lollies and lolicon pedophiles, and any other bad things. They may just turn out to be projecting, and that has become a pattern over the years. Ever since I started my account, again in 2021, there has been tens, if at this point not over 100 examples of people going after lolicon and lolly in general, turning out to be some kind of predators, sex offenders, or just outright pedophiles. It has become like a meme and a pattern. It's concerning because they know you here is very right. Them calling you a pedophile back, this might turn out to be true. And a little bit spoilers here. Reikan has expressed a few views here and there that may be considered pedophilic, and I'll get to those. So, in case Reikan doesn't have enough on her fucking table, she may as well be some kind of hidden predator or pedophile herself. And why do I think that? Well, you'll have to just wait and fucking see. Let's continue. And guess who chimed in? The person that likes to get owned on social media constantly. This ant guy. This person has no fucking shame. They have the worst takes and everything on social media, and they still talk to this day. That perseverance is both respectable and just a little bit pathetic. Man, you got the weird toxic crew on your back because you criticize something they like. Yeah. The criticism is calling people pedophiles. It's a very valid criticism, by the way. It's amazing how predictable it all is every time, but their response just tells me you're doing something right. And how do we do it? How do we manage to get the worst people angry every time we speak? Because their entire goal is to make the entire internet like 4chan at its worst. They legitimately think they own any and all online spaces and have the right to harass people out and then impose their own standards and accuse other people of doing the same. Well, you know, there wouldn't be any reaction to the shit that you do in case you didn't call people pedophiles for no fucking reason, but here we are. I made a response thread about weebs, and I had a bunch that feel like the VTubers are their property, and they also get to define the properties of VTubers in the same way that they do so with wife wars and what anime are based or not. And here's Shizu speaking about this. Also, I love how they keep using the phrase "our community." Bitch, VTubers are weeb territory. Your community, my balls. He's fucking right about that. These people are flavor invaders. And then this very heavily nuanced intellectual discussion continued. I think the entitlement and transmisogyny involved has a specific mixture with property in these two senses. Philosophically by defining things on their terms, but also a sort of social ownership among their in-group. Remember how I told you about, speaking a lot and outright saying nothing? This is one of those pseudo-intellectual moments. Because what Reikan says here has a bearing to nothing and is complete nonsense. What transmisogyny? What entitlement other than the one you're expressing here? This is a major factor in it. They see themselves as some kind of gatekeepers of JP culture in its entirety. Because they fancy themselves more aware of niche stuff. They're not, but they fancy themselves as such. But I really have to emphasize the agenda part of it. These people who want to rape minors, who want to make the concept of raping minors normal, is basically an attempt at mass grooming. And the whole "it's 2D, they're pixels, reality versus fiction" argument is while disingenuous. Also, how they build plausible deniability to an extent, cognitive dissonance. It's more insidious than the map shit because they can hide behind that, and they can use the old, tired right-wing free speech argument to couch the issue as a matter of free speech. This is the SJWs as well. How did this fucking person not get a brain aneurysm saying all of this shit? I do not fucking know. But here it is. That's the fucking opinion. And then Reikan continues. Damn, because Sankaku actually, covered this issue because it has become so fucking big. Even fucking Sankaku at that time wrote about it. Damn, Sankaku ain't even trying to hide the fascist dog whistles. Hey, VTubers, if you see yourself in this archive I made of the article, please consider what you want to do. Locking your account, reporting targeted harassment. What fascist fucking dog whistle? This is an article about you fucking shitting yourselves over this model. This is by no means the first time that Sanakaku has done stuff like this, especially screenshot dumps. Stay safe and be sure to maintain and track your mental health. This too shall pass. However, we do not need to realize that bigots and pedos are emboldened right now. This is a blessing and a curse. The good news that we know who among us is supportive of pedophilia. Blinking Alice. I wonder how Alice is doing nowadays. I haven't seen Alice in a while. The bad news is that this won't be the last we get this political zeitgeist. What's next is bigotry being normalized because these folks will feel emboldened and feel like they can do what they want since we have a toxic positivity culture and that discourages doing anything about this. Holy logical leap, Batman. Would you believe her argumentations get worse going from this? They do. I kept an archive of any Twitter's worst bullshit and it starts with stuff seemingly innocent and relatively benign by framing themselves as defending a hobby, and then their hatred progressing to overt expressions, harassment, and violence. It will happen again, and it's happening right now. The influences I called out here aligned with all of this. We will begin to see clusters of the same individuals pop up in VTuber circles. You will have this self-proclaimed apolitical centrist who just so happen to get along with fascists and bigots galore. Fucking this is not like swallowing Kool-Aid at this point. This is like drinking bleach with Kool-Aid, like spiked. This Kool-Aid spiked with fucking bleach. And in case you're wondering why this account is actually locked here, because that's gonna be important much later on too. But once you say so much bullshit over the course of over a decade, because I think Reikan's CriticalReikan account has been started like in 2014, and you want to escape all of the shit that you did, of course you're gonna lock yourself up. This is rank garbage that needs to be taken care of, right? Well, one problem right now, we have an obstacle in the way. Toxic positivity, cowardice. Oh, cowardice. You dare to talk about that? Considering how things turned out for you. It is even everyone consistently discourages action with handling case of bigotry and other problems in communities. I don't expect everyone to be like me and others brave enough to speak out, which is now targeted for harassment by some kaku creeps. I do expect you to step aside and support actions that need to be taken and force and deal consequences for bigots and pedos in our circles. This is fucking funny that they're talking from a point of being at the top of a community. Us, like they have some kind of ownership of this community. The ownership they claim other people are claiming, and here they are expressing the same kind of sentiments. We have to get these people out, or otherwise they're gonna spread their bigotry, their pedophilia to other people. If you don't care of normalizing pedophilia, transphobia, homophobia, racism, etc., then it will only get worse before it gets better, and will plant roots that will be difficult to uproot. You have time to nip this in the bud. Fucking schizo. It's targeted harassment. I recommend reporting that tweet and consider going into private for just the weekend until this blows over. Their audience is filled with neo-Nazis, so do what you must. funny that, right? We're just at the beginning of this shit, and it's already so fucking wild. Again, do recall the first article I read and about Reikan's critical analysis. These are the fruits of that analysis. These long nonsensical rants that even a madman wouldn't dare to fucking claim for themselves. Again, December of 2020, and we still have 4 years to go through. Oh, this is gonna be something. This was December 10th. And then, in case, the hypocrisy wasn't rife enough, because that's where it begins here. Reikan responded to this post also on December 10th, 2020, after that long fucking rant about, these terrible people in the VTuber community. I did a thing. Same proportions with different details can change the age of a character. Hope it can be useful to someone. It's also fun to exercise for character designing. Child, small adult. This doesn't matter to people, especially nowadays. They don't give a fuck. Both of these are children to determine online. Even fucking Uzaki-chan from Uzaki wants to fucking play. Or wants to hang out, whatever. She was called a child too, and liking her was called pedophilia as well. So here's Reikan commenting on this post using fucking Shuten Doji as a crutch for her example. I would like to add that there are other factors that change this perception even more. For example, Fate's Shuten Doji is a good example of petite woman because how she's drawn, portrayed, voice acted, etc. Her context and rep sells the image of an adult. And her myth, no. She fucking sells it to fucking lolicons. No lolicon lover is gonna look at this and say, yeah, Shuden Doji, I fucking love the mature aura she exhibits. Even though she is kind of on that side of things in terms of character, but the fucking looks, yeah. This is petite woman, and considering how Reikan goes after lolicons and shit, but she likes this, so it is what it is. It is important with the discussion of fighting back against the reactionary tendency of statements like all moe is pedophilia, which is untrue. It also addresses awareness for petite women since they suffer from misogyny harassment for this discourse. Yes, from people like fucking you, by the way. This is a good art meme. In case you don't know, in case you haven't seen cases of this happening from leftoids especially, they will see a cosplayer with this type of body that Shuten Doji has, cosplaying a sexy character, and will call it pedophilia and enabling pedophiles. Has happened before multiple fucking times. Let's continue reading. I also don't want to confuse people about ongoing discourse and understanding of issues in the anime community. It's true that lolicon is normalized in the anime industry and community. It's also true that it's not just US people disturbed by it. It's a global disturbance. Yeah, that's why before fucking... At least before 2012, as far as I remember it, no one gave a shit about loli and lolicons. No one thought any of this was bad. People just enjoyed anime for what it was and what it had. Fiction was fiction. Until people like Reikan came in and decided to take a big fucking steaming shit all over it. It is important to discuss this maturely. Yeah. Remember how maturely Reikan discussed this with the 2019 post of everything is problematic, essentially? So this is a mature level of discussion here for Reikan, calling people pedophiles left and right. It is important to discuss this maturely because of these reactionary tendencies. We also need to be able to quickly answer and dismiss disingenuous attempts to gaslight and shut down discussion when concerns about petite women by weebs are obviously misogynistic are invoked. Yes, people call this a loli because they hate fucking women. That's the argument here. I am extracting the argument here from that. This they hate petite women because lollies and shit, and it's misogyny. It's hating fucking women. Jesus Christ. So again, December 10th, 2020, and we're moving on into greener pastures, if you want to call it that. We're moving to what Reikan is actually one of the more popular people for. The PewDiePie controversy. Do you remember the VTuber PewDiePie controversy? Well, you're gonna get a refreshment course from me, because Reikan was critically involved in that one too. In fact, she was one of the people that started this shit, and she was one of the people that were featured by PewDiePie himself in all that shit. So TLDR on this one. At one point, at the beginning of 2021, PewDiePie, as a joke, decided to become a VTuber for like a day or so. And people like Reikan absolutely lost their fucking mind about it. And they decided to do shit like this. These are all very old screenshots. That's why the avatars are changed. It's 100% naive to think that PewDiePie being a VTuber is a good thing for the indie VTubers. Sure, this is more exposure to the scene, but do you really want the edgy audience alongside all the white supremacists in the audience, regardless what you think of him personally? I won't engage in further discourse about PewDiePie himself. I've done enough of that already in my life. He's a white supremacist, and endorsing him is an endorsement of white supremacy. There is no debate on this. By the way, the critical, nuanced analysis, again, that doesn't want to debate any points. If I see a VTuber being hyped that PewDiePie is a VTuber, especially at this point in time, with all of the discourse and controversy that has happened over the years, and I won't hesitate to block you and let others know that you're excited about the white supremacist. Hold up, my screenshots are too big. It's 100% naive to think that PewDiePie being a VTuber is a good thing for the indie VTuber. There's more exposure to the scene, but again, I read all of this, and here's a reply from another Thermo person. Honestly, the one thing I was super worried about was that this VTuber thing going to be adopted by racists and the novelty won't be pure anymore. People in 2021 were wild about this shit. Here's Reikan blocking someone, calling her out on it. I've never interacted with this person ever in my life, but I'm 100% sure this VTuber isn't going to be famous. Infamous, if anything. Bruh, PewDiePie fans have been harassing me for days because, you know, guess what? Shitting on PewDiePie and ending up in his video where he makes fun of you because, you know, PewDiePie decided to make a joke and become a VTuber for the day. Didn't turn out very well for Reikan here. Bruh, PewDiePie fans have been harassing me for days because they think that I alone am gatekeeping them and PewDiePie. It's amazing how much they are threatened by me and loud and proud queer woman. Again, that ego is ever present in all of these fucking posts. The argument for gatekeeping being a good thing sometimes is 50% your fault, 50% life experience with shitty aspects of fandoms and communities. This behavior I have is just experience from dealing with this bullshit for 6.5 years and knowing how to take the toys away from trolls. Essentially, what this boils down to, I'm not owned, I'm not crying and shitting below myself. If there are any media outlets and journalists covering the PewDiePie VTuber story, I am open to discuss the issue, given my perspective and reasons for allowing myself to be a target of attacks made against me. Help your readers understand the issue. Please DM me for details. Please give attention. Potential monetary incentive right here. Please contact me. It's journalistic malpractice to not allow your readership to continue harassing people on Twitter by embedding Twitter links without redaction, but also promote an account whose sole purpose is to intimidate their political enemies. Do you want to know who this account was that that intimidated political enemies. Well, I'm gonna fucking surprise you. I'm actually gonna link you to this article. I'm gonna link you. Hold up, chat. I need to find it again because it's still up, believe it or not. Where did I put it? So just give me a moment. I came prepared, but not for this. But I did post it to someone recently. Newsweek. Oh, that's some funny shit. I remember from the good old days of my account being very small. Here you go, chat. This is an actual Newsweek article. In case you look through it and guess who the account is that intimidates their political enemies. It's a little account. It's a very little account you may notice here called VTuber and VTuber fan cringe at VTuber cringe in fucking Newsweek. Yes, I was actually interviewed by not just one journalist regarding the PewDiePie situation. I was interviewed by like 3 different outlets about this. Like some just took the tweets that I had on my account and just called it a day, but others decided to like do a more thorough interview with me, asking me about about the fucking what was it? About the state of the VTubing scene and why are people pushing back against PewDiePie and stuff like that. Like, why are these people so upset about PewDiePie? So I explained to them like what the deal with PewDiePie was and how the VTuber and VTuber scene was shaping up, and you know that some people were essentially having a mental hizzy fit. Excuse me, I need to take a sip. Voice dying. I know, like, it speaks fucking volumes. Why would you fucking interview a gimmick account that had like 100 followers? I had like 100 followers at that time, but I did a compilation of things that were happening within this controversy, and Reikan got a little bit jealous here, as you can see. Journalistic malpractice, interviewing an account whose sole purpose is to intimidate their political enemies. Shame on you, Newsweek, for this article and continuing to promote and failure to cover the absolute horrible behavior of PewDiePie's fans and conservative VTuber fans who take pleasure in harassing queer POC VTubers such as myself. I will be taking questions to inform people. That fucking ego again. What a dumbass. Sorry, I have no other words to describe this person. I mean, I have, but you know, dumbass is just such a crystallization of what this person is. Sorry, tweet too big. I normally don't trust outlets having balanced coverage, but Dexerto had it right by including the side with real concerns about possible effects PewDiePie would have on the indie scene. Good job. By the way, it had absolutely no effect. No one even fucking remembers this beyond me because my memory is what it is. I remember so many things about these people and about these very, very silly fucking events. So no, PewDiePie had absolutely no effect on VTubing whatsoever. I care so much because it's my account and tweets being put in front of center, and I'm the one getting the brunt of the harassment and negativity from this controversy. If you're going to discuss ongoing discourse, you better involve the people most involved to give an overview. Please, Gibbs, attention. The fact you have to admit that criticizing PewDiePie guarantees you death threats and massive harassment is more damning of his fans being toxic white supremacist hellspawn I correctly labeled them as than it is for me to put myself out there in the first place. Well, Reikan, this is the first rule of the internet. Well, one of the first rules at least. You talk shit, you get hit. So you don't just call someone a white supremacist or a pedophile or whatever and expect people not to go after you. It just doesn't work like that. and playing victim doesn't work right either if you're a whiny bitch like that. Just doesn't work. And then Reikan continued to bitch about this for like days without end. I see why the influx in harassment, hate speech, death threats, etc. is coming my way. It seems your girl made the rounds on YouTube with like dozen YouTubers reading my tweets and having their hateful, toxic audiences come at me, which got me trending on Twitter last night. Yeah, Reikan did trend on Twitter. Again, when Reikan is popular, it's usually for the wrong fucking things. On one hand, this is exciting to have such a milestone. On the other hand, I expect this to happen, but I'm annoyed anyways. I know their interest in me will pass and life will go on as it always does. There's an incredible irony in the responses, though. I want to list them. PewDiePie isn't racist. He's a nice guy. Look at all the charities he's done. Look at how he's donated to BLM. Charities used by PR millionaires is a common in all this apple pie. Another naive notion. What's incredible is the weaponization of supposed goodwill by the fans. Would you believe me that this charity comment here will come back and bite Reikan in the ass as well? As she says that, you know, people use charities for brownie points and shit like that. But guess what? Reikan actually did the same. And it actually involves me again, if you want to get into details of that. And we'll soon get into that. Because I have some shit to show you. Why don't you want to debate me? Why are you blocking so many people? One, I don't know how any of you random stands a conversation or my precious time. She only wants to get the delicious attentions from publications. That's where she's gonna be talking. Debates are an illusion and are performative spectacles. I'm not interested in debate. None of you actually are genuine. LOL. Like, knowing the history of Reikan, knowing all of these years, all of these statements that she makes here, like, none of you are actually genuine, LOL. These reek of such fucking irony, knowing what I know. But you will understand. Once I'm done with this stream, you will fucking understand how ironic the things Reikan says are, actually. Lots of ableist insults, transphobia, classic misogyny, thrown my way, as well as YouTube comment garbage that reeks of 2010s etiquette. Why don't I respond and why do I block and report on site? Because you're boring and not worth giving any dopamine thrill of trolling. Yes, shitting yourself on social media is fucking your definition of trolling. Holy moly. You're the one who's hateful. He's not a white supremacist. He's Swedish. He's just light-skinned. Lol, white supremacy isn't limited to the US. You're all embarrassing. You're just jealous because he's has a bigger and is richer than you'll ever be. Jealously is definitely not the word I'd use. I don't care about PewDiePie and care more about your demon spawn destroying everything you touch for years. You'll get mighty spooks, begone. You're just here for clout, insert slur here. Clout and fame are means and tools, not ends in on themselves. I do not seek clout. Clout seeks me. That... I have to stress, that fucking ego, that narcissism, like, finger licking good. That's how the game works. I don't want to be as big as PewDiePie. I don't want asscats speaking on my behalf like I am some god. You're the one who's toxic, etc., etc. You're gatekeeping. I thought you were supposed to be inclusive. Inclusivity is a term reserved for minorities. No, it isn't. Not millionaires and their shallow, short-tempered, white supremacist, bigoted stance who destroyed inclusivity by being bullies. I have to read the super chat. I'm getting distracted. Mama Oko, thanks for the 2. Where can we see the screens for our own study? All of these screenshots, well, these screenshots, you can't see them anywhere other than here. You don't have access to Reikan's account because it's locked. I took these screenshots because I do have access to Reikan accounts. So in case you want them, you have to get into Reikan's account somehow. And I don't mean like attempts at actually getting into it physically or shit like that. Some of this stuff is on my actual VTuber gimmick account on Twitter, but not all of this. This is all just organized. Can you upload a Google Drive? Sure, I can do it after that, but again, those are just gonna be screenshots organized in a chronological fashion. I can do that. I don't mind doing that after the stream. But after the stream, we still have shitloads to go through. Also, we need to have a conversation in VTuber/content creator spaces about what toxicity and gatekeeping actually are. It's getting sad and embarrassing to have an elementary understanding and discourse about things that threaten the well-being of real people. Yeah, just like, Reikan calling people pedophiles. That's not threatening. That's not ruining their career prospects and shit like that. As for YouTubers who have low-quality commentary about my tweets, I know you're epic gamers, but please leave big conversations like discussing white supremacy to the adults. Yes. The very peak of maturity is Reikan's discourse surrounding anything. Why would I explain a complex topic to people who likely refuse to read anything in the first place? That sums up the reaction towards me besides, LOL, you must think you're just being white equals white supremacy. Why are you bringing up old stuff and what are you talking about? This is what I'm talking about. The result is white supremacist in his audience. Looking to a Daily Dot article. As for the original tweet, I could care less about his joke video. I was subtweeting other VTubers who were expressing interest and excitement about the idea of the skull spawn of an audience being new fans. In the short-tempered, bratty nature of an audience, what do you want? Also, those who among the hellspawn that were eager to try to cancel me and my VTuber career, congrats. I'm growing, being provided opportunities left and right to further grow and expose myself to other audience. Oh, this is all lies, by the way. None of that happened. Reikan was as unpopular as she was after this. The only attention Reikan ever got was for essentially shit like this. I have you to thank, dear Hellspawn. Again, day after day, in January, going after that. Rich people shouldn't exist. Should have their wealth expropriated to the commons and the general public. Got so fucking pissed about PewDiePie. She wants PewDiePie not to be rich. Gatekeeping white supremacist is a good thing. Always. Big C communities are a spook. I cannot own what isn't real. You're far left. Yes. You're far right. No, I just post fush stuff ironically. I'm really a classical rebel. I'm left-winning some economic issues. I'm just sick of SJWs and think whatever. Again, the left can't meme. Prime example here. Guess what? This just continued into February as well. Reikan was so butthurt about that, it continued well into fucking February. Jesus. Gatekeeping, especially for consumer mediums, occupations, and consumer identities, is interesting. Gatekeeping, in and of itself, to me, is not good or bad. Gatekeeping is a matter of ability and power to restrict access, and another's willingness to perceive restricted access. This is one thing I actually agree with. You can only gatekeep your own communities because essentially, unless you have the power to keep people in your communities insular and others out, you're not going to be doing much gatekeeping if you don't have that ability. The attempt in question has a clear political objective with the history of this individual politics, as well as consistently so with this general audience politics. This loose, decentralized collection of losers can be called anime right, if you need a label to distinguish. There's no such thing as the anime right. That's all bullshit. The general motto is gatekeep your hobbies, omitting who they mean. So in the anime right, mean is anti-Semitic way. Some insert degenerates as a slur to mean anybody LGBTQIA plus or BIPOC or proud, and also mean is to gatekeep people who stigmatize pedophilia. With the type of person who fancy themselves as centrist, center-right, classical liberal, LOL, and the good apolitical, they're either complicit in these goals or they're so helplessly ignorant of who they hang out with that they are an active obstacle in our tools. The reason why I don't classify gatekeeping is, I think I read this one already. With society and the globalized economy structured the way it is right now, it's impossible to I read this one too. Well, I guess this repeats itself going forward. Hold up. Particularly the apolitical crowd who are aggressively apolitical will reach the point where both Poe's law, Occam's razor, and the exception made by Godwin for Godwin's own law lose of their potency with distinguishing apolitical from these alt-right chuds. I told you, talking quite a lot, speaking nonsense at the same time. At least in fandoms, this conundrum is apparent and rampant. How the alt-right has co-opted and hide behind apolitical as a label, justification, and in and of itself, at all the same time, is troubling and challenging to address their concentrated presence in fandoms. So we're still left with this increasingly aging video as a foundational guide to address these issues of how the anime right is the epicenter of hate speech, cyberbullying, and harassment online. Schrodinger's douchebag is the best we got still. Yes, the anime right is the problem in the anime community. Like, I have no words for this. This is all gobbledygook nonsense without any sort of grounding in reality. You have to be delusional to think that something like anime right exists. Again, this is all a trigger from getting owned by PewDiePie in the video. This spills over into everything. They touch light novels, video games, manga, Vocaloid, conventions, J-pop, and now VTubers, as I've pointed out before, with their unearned and perceived ownership over the women that they simp for. Gatekeeping is about controlling access. None of us has the ability to do this. What is utilized is how politically charged the word itself is, which summons incredible reactions from everybody in the conversation. It's amazing how this is never pointed out as an intended or unintended effect. With uttering the word gatekeeping in a negative context is dissuading people away from you and people associated with you specifically. Hence, gatekeeping your groups and social networks specifically rather than an entire fandom. 3 weeks ago now, I tried to do this with PewDiePie with the intention to make sure that I never get his audience and communities that I am part of approved of my attempt, and messaging made that decision close off that crowd to us. Again, thinking that she speaks for a group of people, where it's just one dumbass. I don't know, seems like there are people who really value my opinion, even though I slept still PNG and haven't streamed in 3 years. Try harder, loser. PewDiePie is a white supremacist and your wife will never love you, bigoted ass. End of discussion. Again, nuanced discussion. I don't know why do you be so proud to be a VTuber and getting called out by a person dreadfully called her. debut TBA in bio. So your opinion is worthless. I mean, it is worthless, but not because Reikan was a TBA. Like, when Reikan actually did stream to fucking nobody. Because who joins for this shit? Oh, man. I can't believe we have so much shit to go through, and it just gets wilder and wilder. Like, if you think this person is awful for the things that she says here, wait until you see more. So this was about PewDiePie. And then, do you remember how I said that we're gonna be talking about me? Because Reikan engaged me quite a bit throughout the years. Like, for example, in this instance from February 10th. Here's a person commenting on Reikan blocking them. In case you don't know what lifestyle VT here is as the thing, we're gonna be explaining that too, because that has its own fucking story arc as well. People should stop acting like they speak for the entirety of the VTuber community. Like, bro, we may have similar interests, but no way in hell am I as delusional as you are. Are you or you have no common sense? Again, Reikan does this, as you've seen, speaking for some wider community that she's apparently part of, and everyone else is a weird outsider that needs to get out. And here I replied to this thing. That's just normal Reikan posting. You'll see more of it as there are always more people to block, shutting down all discussion. Which she does. Why are you so obsessed with me? Boy, I wanna know. I really need an MMD of me doing the TikTok dance. Too obsessed to post every time Hero Hair VTuber Cringe posts about me. Again, the only time Reikan actually got attention, because if you've seen the tweets so far, see how much attention they get. 1 like, 7 likes, 4 likes. Like, no one reads the shit this person reads. Only I do, because I care about weird abusers congregating with one another, trying to shit on people and make their lives miserable, and then pretending that they're good boys and girls. I like to keep tabs on people like this. And then she continued. Well, they want to gatekeep trans and non-binary people, and they keep their precious hobbies pure. LOL. But this might be but also might be frustrated at summoning a giant storm of controversy my way for 2 weeks, didn't do shit to me, and want to play me off as a mere content. Well, Reikan, you are mere content, and mere is fucking right here, because it's like a footnote. The only reason that you're like a primary fucking feature right now is because all of this shit throughout the years has accumulated to the point where it actually contributes to like a whole fucking story that I can tell about the person being completely fucking uncaged. Fucking hell. Spaghetti upsetting. Thank you for the super chat. Let me read that real quick. Lumi Angler, thank you for the 5. Once a woman start quoting song lyrics, you know they are mad as hell. Yeah, and we're gonna see a lot of that mad going forward. But believe it or not, you will see a side to Reikan that I haven't explored with you just yet. Reikan is a type of person that will defend another person who she has vested interest in, or she can get something out of them, to the fucking death. She will defend anyone and will try to schmooze with them by any means necessary. And believe it or not, this happened to me too. Reikan tried to get into my good graces as well. And this is probably the next thing that I have here on my list. Because this was a prelude about talking to me. I have to introduce you to a world event that was that is relevant to the context of the discussion that you're going to be seeing right here. Back in February 2021, there was a huge cold wave sweeping throughout North America. And people in Texas especially were very affected by that. I think it was called the Great Texas Freeze at that point. That's February 2021 lore for you people out there. And essentially, people weren't ready for that. Because, you know, Texas, you don't think people are going to be freezing over in Texas, but lo and behold, they were. The cold temperatures and snow accumulation led to serious power outages all over Texas, all over Austin and other places around Texas, and that led to essentially hundreds of deaths and people being in great danger because of the conditions. So how is this relevant to Reikan of all things? Well, Reikan decided to capitalize on that and organize a charity for the people that were affected by this. And how did Reikan want to do this? Well, Reikan, having absolutely no fucking push or pull within VTubers or anyone else, because, you know, small account that just shits on other people constantly and acts like they're the fucking queen of the world, decided to come to me so that I would promote what she's fucking doing. So she would get to promote her charity for herself via me and coming to me about it. But that's not everything, because she had a problem with what I was representing as well. Not only what I was representing, but what my quote-unquote audience, what my followers were representing. And what you're about to see here is a discussion that I had with Reikan as she came to me with a weird plea, as well as at the same time shitting on me, trying to promote her charity that she didn't actually thought through. You'll see the levels of stupid fucking manipulation that this person does one-on-one. This will set another stage of what this person is like, personally. And here are my DMs from February of 2021 with Reikan. This is probably going to be the only time I ever submit something. I don't know why I'm coming to y'all for this, but hell, desperate times. I know you don't like me and probably won't leave me and my friends, example Cass and Raven, alone, and will likely continue to harass us. I can't take it, to be honest. No, she couldn't. And I didn't harass any of them. I just pointed out them harassing other people. Cass and Raven are people that just... Cassiopeia and Raven are people completely irrelevant to VTubing nowadays. But those were people that shat on other people at the same time as well. Featured quite a few times at the beginning of my account. Because you have to understand that February 2021 is very early into VTuber Cringe's existence. This is like the second month that this account existed. But even then, my account had more pull than Reikan has ever had in all of these years that she goes online. A gimmick account I made just to, you know, show people being unhinged in the VTubing scene. But let me continue reading, because there's these DMs are pretty long. I want to put that shit aside for a moment for something like this. I don't know how much you actually care about VTubers and their public image, but maybe something like this is worth promoting. Giving directly back to people in need is exactly the kind of public image that could move us all past this petty drama bullshit and actually make something worthwhile. Do understand that the first thing she talks about here is public image. That's important. Not helping people, not organizing charity to help people. It's public image that's important here. I don't know, worth the thought and consideration. If you're interested in working with me on this, I can help make a hashtag and organize people together for direct aid like I'm doing. If you want to be a part of that, I am offering you and your audience a chance to be seen as not be seen as total assholes by a lot of people. Again, reputation. This is what this person cares about here, is reputation. She thinks I care about reputation to the point where I'd organize a charity with this person. If not, you're free to shame me and mock my effort right now for a few clicks for a few hours. And then she links to the charity effort that never went fucking anywhere. Because no one fucking cared. You don't have to do a thing, and I'm more than used to this kind of stuff on my own and with friends and communities I'm in. I'm just offering something you and your community can chip in on. And then I replied with this. If you want to promote a charity effort specifically for VTubers, want as wide of a reach as possible, it will be prudent to unblock people. Because Reikan has thousands of people blocked at this point, you have to understand. No idea if you're using a block list or any different means, but my followers are reporting that you're blocked by you en masse. If you want them to potentially help out, it would be best if you unblock them. Considering they're cringe and childish enough to consider me a supervillain among many other petty hate boner convos they have in your replies, I think I'll pass. Then why the fuck are you coming to me, by the way, with your fucking problems? Though I'll be having much more VTubers and creators pitch in. They never did, by the way. No one cared about this shit. So they can help more through other accounts. It hopefully will be noticeable enough for them to realize what's going on. Texans are gonna need cash even the power comes back on by weekend's end. And then I replied, guess you're only interested in the right people helping you with your efforts. It really shows what your priorities lie. So much for moving past petty drama bullshit, as you called it. I'm more interested in not being harassed pretty point blank. Well, the fuck you coming to me, the person that's apparently responsible for your harassment? Like I said, there will be more VTubers. There weren't. You can share there aren't me using a hashtag that they can support their charity streams with. I do appreciate your shout out though. It just doesn't seem like I'm the messenger your audience will be receptive to listening to. Well, wish not to be harassed by your audience and still have your audience participating in an event bigger than both me and your audience can still be true and valid. Again, that fucking reputation on the line. I didn't have to extend this olive branch and like you have to understand, like, this person thinks she's doing me a favor by DMing me. That I'm gonna care about reputation rather than, you know... Charities are about helping people, not, you know, getting brownie points for helping people. But this is all about fucking reputation. I didn't have to extend this olive branch and talk to you at all. I just thought it would be a decent thing to do, and you've shown a good faith to at least want to do more than drag others down as some mere drama / shit posting account. Trust is a fickle thing. I strangely trust you admins more than I trust your audience. Funny that she thinks there's more than one people on this fucking account. Unblocking everybody in your audience is also a daunting task. That's like 2,000 fucking people. Block 2,000 fucking people. And she won't unblock them. Like, when you block 2,000 people, you don't do it manually unless you're fucking insane. You use a block bot at that point. And you can undo this very quickly with the block bot as well. But she won't do that. She won't help a charity. She won't help a charity cause because she's afraid of getting harassed. She can help. She can have a bigger outreach to this shit, but she won't unblock people because she's afraid. Well then, there goes that trust, lol. Why is she saying that? Well, because I decided to call her out on these DMs on my account. I outright fucking decided to show my DMs to everybody that she came to me to talk about reputation. That the charity effort is not for helping people out. It's to showcase goodwill, so the reputation is gonna rise. So that everyone involved in it can be seen as the good guys. And then continued. You have to understand how little I reply to this. I'm just sitting there reading through all of this shit, waiting to interject with something. And now, because of your call-out post, something you profess to be against, I can't trust you admins either now, even though I was about to warm up to that seemingly genuine curiosity you had about why people perceive you as transphobic, and also discuss your creed with you and explain why the trust isn't there. While I was asleep being the reactionary drama kings you are, again thinking that there's more than one person here, decide not to ask me questions or clarification, do any kind of journalistic integrity, or be even remotely responsible with your influence, and now you're reactively burning a bridge that you will never get opportunity at again. This fucking person, this fucking bitch, she thinks she's hot shit. Like that I'm losing opportunities by not by not fucking networking with it. Sleeping on it too. I think the reason I'm reaching out and giving you all this heart to heart is because I think I actually understand why you do what you do, and part of me wants to believe that you don't have ulterior motives. You're breaking from page tradition just to call me out for a few clicks really makes that hope hard to hold on to. Of course I'm gonna call out a person that is this disingenuous about a fucking charity. You think I'm gonna leave this be? You think I'm just gonna go along with this shit? No, I'm not. I'm tired. I see the world burn around us. And now she gets fucking dramatic, trying to appeal to my emotions or some shit. Climate catastrophe is a constant impending doom as the rich buy bunkers and private armies preparing for apocalypse, and their puppet politicians gaslight the public in real time as they freeze to death, blaming not themselves in power, but on bullshit instead. We are nerds who cling to escapism. Always running from problems, not understanding that not even escapism can save us forever, as we may see even some of us among us die from hypothermia. Fucking put on the fucking play at this point. You're an actor. If you really want to keep playing that petty bullshit, whatever your intended goals may be, it's the kind of shit that I would work me 5 years ago on Facebook when I was surrounded by shit posting pages and communities that thrived on this shit. And going against that was like being a fish out of water. You can keep trying with me, but it's not gonna change that damn thing besides burning bridges and further destroying the trust that nobody outside of your own echo chamber. Mind you, I never block anyone other than bots and shit, and I always talk to people that are worth talking to. I am not the one shutting down discussions. Who pirates your own beliefs can honestly engage with. And then I replied because, you know, I wasn't going to sit there with a monologuing retard. You came to me with a message loaded with accusations, vitriol, and self-importance. I ignored all of that as you had a bigger, more important concern to address. When you were asked in good faith to unblock my followers so your charity efforts could get a wider reach, you instead decided to be petty as and spit on the hand that reached out to you. Apparently, according to you, only the people you agree with on your own personal matters can take part in charity efforts. Spare me your philosophies, because I don't see any person actually wanting to help anyone out of any sense of selflessness and kindness. All I see is a grifter wanting to satiate their own ego and sense of importance by demonizing people and self-victimizing. And that's what she is, and I still think that. Nothing has changed for 3 fucking years. Insanity. I'm being really straightforward with you, LOL. So am I. Your audience doesn't need me as the messenger. It can be somebody else promoting such charity, yet you came to fucking me. Because nobody else wanted to engage with your ass. That's why. I was the only one willing to actually listen, even though I shouldn't have. Against my better judgment, I still decided to take part in this conversation. Like I said, I'm flattered by the shout-out, but you kind of jumped the gun. Charity is something that should come without conditions. Well, you made the fucking conditions in the first place, so why am I being blamed with shit like this? Me needing to unblock your audience for this work is absurd. How the fuck do you want to have an outreach then, if you blocked most of them? Are you fucking stupid? My followers do what my followers want to do. I am not their voice nor their commander. What I highlight is behavior like yours. And putting me and people I love at risk with people who generally despise me is needlessly putting folks I know at me at risk. Then why contact me for a shout out? Think about it logically. Like, do you understand this? You assumed I wanted a shout out. What the fuck did you want then? I was just starting conversation. You are the ones who failed to ask basic questions. See, this is an attempt at manipulation and to gaslight me into thinking that, you know, I'm fucking the crazy party in this conversation. But I am old enough and I'm seasoned enough and experienced enough to know when someone is trying to manipulate me with shit like this. This shit doesn't work on me. You already started one yourself. You don't need my assistance. Sigh. You may not be your audience's commander, but you do have a megaphone that crowd around and that they crowd around and share whatever sentiment you're willing to allow them to fester in. You do influence their behavior. You can try to deny it all you want, but being an influencer is not something you all get to choose to be. Listen, I can let me be real for you here. You're only influenced to the point where you want to get influenced. No one forces you to be influenced. If you don't have your own mind and your own fucking agency, if you're not smart enough to not get fucking manipulated, that's on fucking you. Think about the shit that you consume online and any place else critically. Do not get influenced by influencers, quote on fucking quote. This is a fallacious fucking argument. Being popular is something that comes with responsibilities. You seem to actively deny to take on such responsibilities. That's why I keep bringing up trust. I do the exact same thing as I did when I had 20 followers. Nothing changed in the ways I operate. I even go out of the way to explain to certain people not to follow this account due to how they may be seen by association. And this still happens, by the way, to this day. By association. That's why I do not engage with some VTubers publicly. I speak to a lot of VTubers privately, so that they don't have to, you know, suffer from my reputation, about which I don't fucking care. I only care about my reputation to the point where it actually affects people that I personally care about, and I will not make them, you know, be associated with me if that will bring them trouble. I do not care about that. I care more about them than I care about my own reputation. I don't give a fuck about anything else. That's the degree of responsibility I will take on, along with telling my followers not to go after people. Before I continue, let me super chatting and getting distracted. Momoko, thank you for the 2. Do you think she would put Keffels with do you think she would pull a Keffels with a charity? I think she's too stupid to pull a Keffels with a charity. But let me explain this to you. When Keffels was going after Kiwi Farms, Reikan was all there supporting Keffels, so at least there's that connection. But whether Reikan would run off with the money and not do anything about that is another thing. But you do have to understand another thing. Reikan wanted to do a charity event without actually knowing what charities to donate to. And that's going to be made apparent very soon in this very fucking conversation. Again, you have to bear with this, because it really shows you another aspect of this person. It's a snake. This is a snake. This is a manipulator. This is a grifter. And I actually use, unlike a lot of other people online, I actually use this definition correctly. This is a swindler that tries to manipulate people to get their way, to get her own fucking way on things. Listen, who else among many people you pick on actually have tried to start dialogue with you? Actually, very many people. Why are you actively burning this bridge? Again, trying to manipulate me, like talking to her and having a connection with Reikan is somehow a worthwhile endeavor. When you make a post, do you even reach out on your behalf to ask why they do what they do? Well, because they're insane most of the fucking time and they want attention. That's usually their fucking point. At least 10 people. All of us ended on good terms. Out of those 10, how many have tried to amend relations to this extent? That's very surprising and good on you. Yeah, actually, people that did reach out to me did end up with me on good terms. Because we actually talked things through. And it's not that some of the things that I posted about them were misunderstanding or anything. Those were people that reached out to me because they weren't covered on my account, but they had some queries, they had some issues with how I did things. So I explained things to them, and then they were satisfied with the answers that they got, and they went on their merry way, and that was it. Mind you, this is just 2 months into the existence of the VTuber Cringe account. It's very young at this point. I've had a hard time believing you came here to mend anything. Posts a gif of a anime girl face palming. You have a hit JFC. You have a history of demonizing people. I am not supportive of that. And you've shown your disagreement. You just dismissed the existential dilemma we all face, and me admitting that I have no other angle to this shit. Well, what other angle is to get ahead for you and get some potential future monetary investments out of that, because that thing becomes even more apparent as we go through the stream today. You'll see. I won't repeat myself. You don't need me as the messenger to participate in charity. I can grab an uncontroversial VTuber that is agreeable and you can share that. What angle could you possibly have? What would you gain from mending any bridges? Want all of these dramatics to stop? Why not stop going after whole groups of people and calling them the worst things possible? If you can go find those VTubers that will highlight charity efforts, I have absolutely no issues with giving them a shout out and promotion. Hell, I even shouted you out at first. That tweet isn't gone because I believe in supporting people in dire need. By the way, Reikan has never gone to these people that are quote-unquote uncontroversial VTubers in order to get that charity shout-out. That never happened after this. It all went down after this. The angle for wanting to raise money for Texans to not just survive this brutal storm, but to also not go homeless because of it is my angle. Mending bridges for one cause is good enough. You don't need to be my friend or ally for that. You could have just come here. These DMs are open to anyone with requests and concerns. This is why we're having this talk right now. You're correct, we don't have to be friends, but we also don't need to make this like pulling teeth and sucker punching each other like you did by posting this DM. Well, I posted the DM for a very good fucking reason, and I was very right for doing so. You didn't have to do that, you chose to do that. I personally see callouts as a last resort. You have shown that this is the first thing to do. LOL. Mind you, remember Reikan's history at this point and how she behaves. Apparently, everything she does is a last resort because anything that she does is a weird fucking callout and shitting yourself. The DM got highlighted because you have chosen to be incredibly petty about getting support from my followers for your prospective charity campaign. The fact that you blocked most of my followers is on you. Blocks really don't get you anything other than provide you with peace of mind. You also probably block a lot more people than I'm aware of. How are you helping your own cause by extent other people when you have all of these blocks in place? I block people not just for my own peace of mind, but for mental health reasons. A thing you obviously haven't considered. But for things like charity and organizing for good causes, I don't need to rely on my own singular Twitter account to do things. To do good things. It's entirely unimportant to the bigger picture. I consider it all the time. But there's a fine line between acting out due to mental health reasons and acting out because you want to start trouble with someone. Now let me ask you this. Have you ever gone to other people with the same request? I have, yes, because I believe that's bigger than me and the personal issues I have with others, she hasn't. That's a lie, by the way. This was a fucking lie. Never. Never gone to anyone. Nope. Nada. Because I believe that this is bigger than me and the personal issues I have with others. Me blocking people is not me starting shit. It's the opposite. It's me distancing myself and making sure no future issues happen. I don't have the time to hash this stuff out with thousands of people. Fine, you believe that. But by saying I'll pass on your followers' help, other accounts will help me doesn't paint a very benevolent picture of you. You're saying that the issue is bigger than you and your own concerns. And then she points at me that I missed the fucking point. Yes, I'm missing the point. Not she. I am the one that blocks thousands of followers and refuses to unblock them with the click of a fucking button in order to promote a charity. Right back at you. You sounded like you missed the point of what charity is. But since you have explained it again in this conversation, I'm more inclined now to believe you. I said what I said in the start because it's the truth. None of this conversation attempted to mend bridges or even me trying to include you is necessary for me to help others. Then why are we even having this conversation? I'm going this far to improve the image both the anime community has as well as VTubers. Again, image more important than helping people. It's the image. Just like the things were during Kyoani fires. For a moment, everybody dropped what they did, stopped going after each other, and helped. It was beautiful. I want that again for something like this. You don't want to help people. You want to fucking manufacture a fucking Disney moment. This is not about helping people. Not at all. Let's keep this focused instead of going into what other communities are doing. But put forward that similar attitude into this charity effort and you have my support on it. Doesn't matter if I disagree with you on certain issues. If that's the case, then show the goodwill by deleting the callout and we can do this shit. If you can show me that you actually follow through on that support, then I'll be one other kind of discussion in the future, like telling you why people think your account is transphobic and why so many people... Like I need her fucking advice about fucking people's perception of my account. Why so many people just don't trust you when you make tweets talking about your beliefs and how accepting you are. I never say how accepting I fucking am. The only thing that I am accepting of is people talking to me. Whether I listen to them or not is another thing. Dialogue is healthy, I believe. This is coming from a person that refuses to unblock 2,000 people, by the way. Dialogue is healthy, I believe. Whether we agree on that. Dialogue is healthy, that's why I will never unblock thousands of people. I have no problem with that, just please do not attach any additional activist goals into your aid campaign. Just help people, no underlying political motivations or anything else, and this isn't a condition, it's a request. Because they would attach stupid shit to that as well. Because, you know, people can't come together to help people in need. They also always have to include some political skew to it. Fuck that shit. That's why I started off with mutual aid. It's very hands-off. When I organize streaming with others, I'm going to settle on a charity for everybody to use. I don't trust many charities because of how sketchy so many are. That isn't political. It's just it's just practical to want so much effort to actually matter. I can't help you with picking a charity that is on you and your personal research. I'm sure there are plenty that aren't sketchy. I'm letting you know flat out this is what I'm doing, so you don't flip out and think I'm off the right path. LOL. Hence my request. I don't care who gets the help. I don't ask questions for those in dire straits. It's how I was raised, and it's been the practice I've done for my entire life. You don't trust me because of what I say, then trust what I do. Which is terrible shit, by the way. How can I trust someone doing terrible shit like that? See my pinned thread in my profile to see how I haven't asked a single condition or a question. Fair. Actions speak louder than words to me any day. A tweet is deleted. I deleted that tweet. Should I have done it? Possibly. I wanted to believe at that point that Reikan would actually follow through on what she's saying here, but after that, she didn't. And all of that goodwill, all of that benefit of the doubt that I have given just evaporated. And from that point, this person will never get any benefit of the doubt from me ever fucking again. Because this is a snake. This is a vile manipulator that wants to do anything to get ahead. Good, now I can move on with my day and not feel like my wrist is twisted and feel the need to respond. Wow, again, fucking dramatic. I'll let you know what the hashtag starts and show you a few VTubers I have on board. No problem. Never happened, again, by the way. If you don't want to do this, but I did notice how some of you in your audience lost trust of the charity effort now because of the tweet you did. It would be a prudent to post an apology and say how you got ahead of yourself, and maybe say that you don't have to believe Reikan or support her, but you can support those in need, and regardless who the messenger is. Just ask for the sake of not getting eye rolls for future shoutouts you do for other VTubers. Apologize. I deleted it because you requested upon elaborating a stance. Nothing more, nothing less. You don't have to worry about my reputation. And nope, I do not offer apologies to retards like this. If you insist. And that wasn't the end of our DMs, because at this point, Reikan decided to schmooze up with me a little bit. I don't have other DMs, there were very few. But a few months after this, Reikan came to me wanting to contribute something that I could post. It was some bullshit I wasn't interested in. But yeah, you see how Reikan is. And in essence, I'm glad I had this conversation because it shows even more what kind of person she is. And to the degrees she will go to try to gaslight people into thinking that, you know, they are wrong for doing what they're doing. But again, shit like that doesn't work on me. And again, we still have like 3 years to go through. Of absolutely terrible shit that this person has been doing. And believe me, trying to get clout of a charity event is not even the worst thing that she has done. Guess what? You know, after trying to build all of these fucking bridges, Reikan got smart again and decided to go after lolicon VTubers and after a hashtag and after an effort called small tubers. Small tubers was a hashtag made by Glitch, a VTuber that essentially put all small VTubers, small looking VTubers under one banner to have like a positive, you know, outreach within VTubers so they could thrive in that hashtag. But guess what Reikan decided to do? Reikan decided to shit all over that in April, a few months after we had this conversation. Remember, that one DM conversation was in February. This is the end of April. VTubers calling open distaste for being associated with lolicon, a witch hunt, and cancel culture need to stop and think about the end goal is to promoting small tuber uprising. Is this the kind of people you want surrounding you and your fandom of viewership? Essentially, people, you know, posting fucking jokes. Painting them as pedophiles by omitting context to what they say. The reason I can say all of this is so confidently is because I know for a fact that there are no visionaries among supporters of small tuber uprising. You're all making a mountain out of a molehill for some crumbs worth of clout and competing for the same limited audience. The best you've got out of leveraging this hashtag is inviting right-wing libertarians whose mantra is age is just a number. Yes, that's a right-wing position. It's not a fucking left-wing position at all. Who probably also will be surrounded by cryptocurrency, most likely Bitcoin and NFT, alt-right types and pedophiles. Also, as I've told somebody else, if you're dissociating yourself from this, just block and move on. I'll open for consultations to make full-on marketing plan to get you a new audience and a market that has a healthy long-term future. The fucking audacity of this person to shit on the same people she's promoting services to. I think you're a pedophile. Give me your money so I will give you a different audience. This vile fucking creature. What a fucking monstrous fucking individual. Context for those unaware of VTuber trends. Small tuber is a hashtag that was made to focus around the characteristic of being small as a VTuber. More or less, the realization that is include lollies without even the standard of non-lolly hentai has sparked a reasonable distancing. Is this a big deal? Absolutely not. LO, are you kidding me? I involve myself right now because I have friends who fit this description, concerned about the drama going on. Am I gatekeeping by describing reality? No, not at all. It's a warning about a predictable inevitability. LOL. I predict most of the people calling this disgust and distancing from this hashtag and label as a cancel culture or witch hunt won't be around by the end of the year. Didn't happen, and they grew pretty well. And again, Reikan, the marketing expert, the what did she call herself? Jack of all trades when it came to social media. It didn't predict that much. Or realize the fundamental short-sighted error they've made with this creepy audience. So much for, you know, not calling out people and, you know, mending bridges with people. April of 2021. Moving on. Into May of 2021 with more anti-lolly shit. Reminder that, like Nazis, pedophiles, especially ones that fantasize about being rapists, don't deserve any place or call home and shouldn't even feel okay to be like this. If you create an environment around yourself that encourages folks like this may look forward. Again, making edgy fucking lolly jokes. They don't understand. You can, you know... I don't do this. And I think you're very silly for making jokes like this. But you, again, still jokes about fucking fictional characters. But Reikan, of course, decided to make it a big deal. And that these people are actual rapists and not just idiots fucking around. For a long time, I have observed the peculiar intersection with the alt-right libertarians and pedophiles. Just like this have a stronger presence in anime. Gaming and now VTuber circles where the alt-right has more presence. Culture war BS leads to this for them. It's very funny that, you know, the alt-right are apparently the pedophiles, whereas the opposite has been true so many times. It once again became a pattern. This is why taking a strong stance against lolicon and purging that shit from your audience, from your presence, from your spaces, making sure that sexualized shit isn't anywhere near you is so necessary. If you don't even try to do that, you will invite the scum in and it will get worse. Fuck me. Seeing the drama unfold with the small tuber hashtag and label leads me to believe that VTubers don't take pedophiles like this seriously enough and leave less room for it to be charitable with understanding intentions. It's like they're okay with making child porn for these fucks. Again, what Reikan considers child porn is essentially just lolicon hentai. She uses that interchangeably, in case you're confused about that. If you're a petite woman, you're representing a petite VTuber. No person will be okay with being surrounded by rapists and pedophiles in your audiences who thrive off conditions where you allow lolicons, aka little pesos, to roam free and be emboldened. Again, May 2021, and still quite a bit more to go through. And this is where it becomes even more vile for me. I have to give you a little bit of context for this one. I talked to this about many people beforehand, even mentioned in the stream before. But here's a tweet of mine talking about Reikan, who's in bed with a certain individual called Pixis Chi. I'm so incredibly proud of my kin at Pixis Chi for being able to be a part of the amazing opportunity and project. Please follow her for her artistic genius and discover why I love her so much and am constantly amazed by her feats. Posting in a Kaiteki Live VTuber group that is essentially fucking dead nowadays, I think. I think nothing ever came of it. But who is Pixis Chi? I have to explain this in detail so you understand how vile Reikan is for what she's about to do. Pixis Chi is a VTuber I decided to call out very early in my VTuber gimmick account career, if you want to call it that. I've been informed by certain people that were affected by Pixis. They directly just came to me, to my DMs, telling me, "Hey, did you know that Pixis Chi is this guy who decided to essentially harass people and be a sex pest in the Splatoon community and also engage with some minors in an inappropriate way. They were 18. The person in question that was a victim of his was 16. Again, age gap of 2 years might not be too significant. They could be from the same school and shit like that. But there was a lot more to that. Let me explain. You see, Pixis Chi was pretending to be asexual. And why were they pretending to be asexual? Well, Pixis Chi, being an artist, decided to come to some girl and ask her for nudes for artistic purposes in order to practice. In order to practice drawing, so they requested nudes. And was later turned out that Pixis Chi was not in fact asexual, they were just fucking horny. And they decided, to essentially coax and force nudes out of that person. And that's not the only thing. There's an account from Pixis Chi's former girlfriend called Dimple, I believe, which is still featured on my gimmick account. You can look it up by just looking up Pixis Chi. Just search it in there. And Pixis Chi was also apparently an abuser that forced himself on people and acted petulant and acted aggressive when they weren't getting sex. And they acted very possessive of his former girlfriend. And there's a huge fucking reveal thread from the Splatoon community people about it. There's even voice files that I got delivered that Pixis Chi essentially got ousted from the Splatoon community for this shit. And Pixis Chi admitted all of that, made an apology post to nobody when they were first outed in the Splatoon community. And then they decided to rebrand as a VTuber, thinking that everyone is gonna forget about that shit, but nope. I got delivered all of that information and I revealed it to people. And Pixis Chi at that point decided to be trans, which I believe is just an escape mechanism for them. That's why I don't call them the proper things. I do believe that Pixis Chi now identifies as a woman in order to use that identity as a shield. Because the first thing that Pixis Chi did when I did the call-out post on him was come to me and complain that I'm not calling the fucking sex pest a she, but a he instead. I ignored that request because I don't take requests for fucking sex pests. And I told them that, dude, you need to tell people what you fucking did in the Splatoon community. Otherwise, you know, I won't stop what I'm doing because I don't like sex pests engaging in any sort of fucking community at all. So they were like all apologetic and shit, and then they did their own, once again, reveal, apologizing to nobody. Told people that, yeah, I'm this Pixeschi. I was a good boy at that point. But I'm mending my ways. You know, I'm not a sex pest anymore. I behave myself. And that's not true. Because once Pixeschi actually left the Splatoon community, they were all sexual and very handsy with a lot of people on social media. And I know how that is. Like, you know, who gives a shit if this person is you know, being a little bit romantic with other people? But I do care, especially when it comes from an actual sex pest that coerced fucking nudes from people. They were very sexual with a lot of people, like constantly doing cringeworthy shit, like, you know, kissing them via fucking text online, and it was just very predatory, the shit that they've been doing. So I told them, stop doing that shit, you horny motherfucker, and just fucking leave. So what did Pixeschi do after that? Well, they got fucking back ass pats from people that didn't care. They don't care about sex pests as long as they're fucking sex pests. So that's how it went. Pixeschi rebranded as someone called Diesel, and they're still available and still virtue signaling, because Pixeschi / Diesel is that type of person, you know, talking about leftoid social issues, social justice stuff, while again completely hiding their previous identity and essentially you know, trying to bury all of that past behind of being a sex pest. So guess what? Moving on, back to fucking Reikan. Reikan decided to simp for this bitch. Yes, Diesel like in the tank engine, because Pixeschi is like a fucking is like a VTuber that's interested in racing, and you know, diesel engines are in fucking cars. What is Pix's new ad? He has two. One is for horny shit, because that retard can't help himself but, you know, actually engage with people sexually. Let me just link real quick. Hold on. This is I'm gonna link this in chat. This is their main account, and they have another one that's called Diesel but horny. Let me look for that one. I think that one's locked in. I'm not sure. Give me a moment. A little bit of derailment here, but you know. Yeah, this is their not safe for work account. Has a... What do they have? They have a fucking disgusting fansly now as well. Again, there are sex pests who got away with it because they know the right people. Here, Dirty Diesel. Account called Diesel but horny. This is a sex pest. Not alleged. Self-fucking admitted. But you know, back to Reikan, because I'm actually off topic and we're kind of wasting a little bit of time here. Reikan, small tubers are pedophiles and they cater to pedophiles. Also Reikan, associate and proud of a self-admitted sex pest. I thought your reputation was important to you and you couldn't have problematic people around you. And guess what Reikan replied to this? I'm so incredibly proud. Oh, this is I read this one, but Reikan replied this. You can drag me all you want, but leave others out of your creepy scum hands. She was brave enough to apologize and actually work on herself, unlike all of the pedophiles, rapists, and racists and transphobes that you harbor in your audience who refuse to work on anything. The poor fucking sex pest was brave enough to admit that they were a sex pest. Applaud them for coming forward and saying that they coerced nudes out of people. So stunning and brave. The brave picks his fucking chi. So brave to admit that they are a sex pest. Applaud them and make sure that they know that they're a good boy, girl. Again, I will never call this person a she, not out of any sort of fucking transphobia, but I know this motherfucker is using this as a shield. This is a transgender, and if anything, they don't have any sort of dysphoria or any shit like that. And you can preach to me about, dysphoria not being needed to be trans or shit like that or anything, but that's besides the point. This is all for this person as a sexual conduit. This is a pervert. This is not a trans person. This is a sex pest that engages with people in inappropriate ways. And Reikan is defending this piece of shit. And it's actually gets worse out from this point onward. My personal relationships are none of your fucking business. I will associate with whoever I damn well please for whatever reason I damn well please. I drag your ass because you come after people I love and my community. Fuck off and watch your CP. Got a little bit upsetty there. And would you believe that this is not the last time that Reikan will defend a sex pest? Or actually talk about, defending people engaging in grooming acts of various kinds. Because there's one concerning tweet I'll have to show you that actually puts me on the and it's made in the same fucking month actually as her defending cheater. Reikan made the following tweet on the same fucking May, the same fucking month. If queer people wearing leather at Pride is grooming and traumatizing children, then maybe everybody should cover up whenever we go to the beach, since all the cishet couples and families are grooming and traumatizing their children to see so much skin. Do you understand the problem here that I see from statements like this? They equate people being half undressed at the beach to pride parades with kink gear where children are involved. Pride parades with kink gear specifically to showcase kink shit. This idiot is equating these two things. And I hope you're not surprised why I think that Reikan may actually be some kind of pedophile or actual groomer. Reikan is dumb, but I don't know if she's dumb enough to actually, understand what she's saying here. So either she's really thinking that, or she's just too stupid to realize what she's implying here. That these things are, one and the fucking same. And says this. Imagine having so much internalized and overt homophobia, transphobia, and general queerphobia that your puritanism reveals more fucked up things about you in the process. I ain't backing down on this. Every generation of queer people have to put up with moral panic, and I'm done. Also this, and she makes this about Lolicon, did you fucking believe it or not? This is a huge reason why I go above and beyond to make sure myself and other queer people around aren't associated with any kind of pedophilia / lolicon. That shit never goes away, and it's the quickest way to oppress us and hurt us physically. Fuck this. Again, pride events with king gear, wearing leather. By leather, they don't just mean, you know, like YMCA. People are dressed in fucking leather to look, you know, stylish and shit. King gear. Equating people wearing king gear in order to showcase sexuality, the king side of sexuality, mind you, at pride parades is the same to Reikan as, you know, people being undressed at the beach. Same thing. Same thing to this idiot. But would you believe this is not even the worst that it gets? Let me count up the things that this retard has done up to this point. Calling innocent people pedophiles, groomers, what have you. Going after innocent people, calling them white supremacist, racist, all of that can be put under one banner. I have one finger lifted here. Second thing, defending a fucking sex pest. Being proud of defending a fucking sex pest. That's 2. 3, manipulating and gaslighting people to get ahead, just to get that bag. Doing anything to get ahead of anyone else. That's 3. And would you believe that this is not where it fucking ends for this person? And you wonder why I make a stream about this person. I hope you're not wondering at this point, because it's pretty fucking obvious what a menace this person is. And they're hiding all of this. This person, Reikan, is hiding all of this and pretending to be somebody else. And we'll get to that too. Moving on. This was May 2021. Remember Taiga? Bungo Taiga? Reikan also had things to say about Taiga. Remember how a document came out? Also in May. That made Taiga lose a lot of support because they painted him as a pedophile, whereas the only thing that you can validly put on Taiga from that document that Taiga was an asshole. Of course, Reikan was all about going after Taiga too. And this was in the same month that she defended a sex pest. But she will go after Taiga. Defend sex pest friend. Go after Taiga. With flimsy fucking evidence. Survivors have come to me in confidence for nearly 7 years, let alone last night with almost a dozen survivors. I've noticed that despite the backlash, there isn't enough anger and genuine concern about pedophilia in the VTuber community when it's a crisis. This will come to bite Reikan in the ass as well. She will actually, well, you already seen her defend, you know, pedophilic acts. Or at least things that could lead to that. But it gets worse. The anime community many video game communities, including the FGC, now the NVTuber community, have such a bad issue with predators, sexual harassment, conducted by your friend, by the way, Reikan. Child grooming, which Reikan will actually defend. Would you believe it or not, Reikan will actually bat for a child groomer during this stream. That's where it's gonna go. Etc. We had many of our own personal unique Me Too moments for each. The problem has no spotlight. Oh, it does, and that's actually my account. If you're a CSA Jesus. COSCA survivor, childhood sexual abuse, child on child sexual abuse, or general survivor of sexual harassment and sexual assault. Please feel free to come to me, speak your mind, to use Me Too and VTuber to tell your story, and I'll give you free PR help. Yes. You need PR from this person, from this fucking idiot. This person that behaves within the ways that I've shown to you. This is the person that will give you free PR help. This is the person you want to go to. What Bungo Taiga did, now calling such detailed, appalling amounts of evidence a witch hunt, is a sign of a known serial abuser, unapologetic racist, and pedophile who feels too big to be held accountable. Well, fuck you, adds Bungo Taiga directly. You actively harm VTubers. Leave. Too big screenshot again. Hold up. Because I've been standing up to predators, groomers. Don't you mean defending predators and groomers? Got your wires crossed there a bit, Reikan. And people who create an environment where shit like what Taiga did and pedos openly admitting their desires to molest become normal. I've heard some damning stories about how these communities foster and encourage this. I wanted to vomit. I've grown up all around this and felt like I know fandoms like the back of my hand. As many times as I hear Survivor's story about how some respected local or some 4chaner groomed the shit out of them and manipulated them, pisses me off and saddens me. Calling this out and making the anime community gaming communities like FGC your local card/gaming shop, where you host your local tournaments and hangouts, local gaming clubs, servers and forums, safe places for people to escape to is not drama or cancel culture. We all deserve to look over our fucking shoulders and feel the need to leave space where we often need to be feel a place to socialize and not be on guard 24/7. Very performative, very ironic considering everything else. Cleaning up, making sure that the sexual assault, abuse, and pedophilia actively remain not okay is necessary. Pedophiles and abusers should not feel powerful and in control of narratives and the psyche of their victims. They should be the ones who should be looking over their shoulders and afraid of the consequences of their crime against humanity. This shit sticks with victims forever. You have to endure these threads because Reikan likes to rant to just fucking nobody and just makes herself look dumber and dumber. If you know all of the context behind the actions that she does. If abusers really want to get better, they can. They have the freedom to drop their need to puff up ego and accept their wrongs. What's necessary is the constant accountability. The stuff doesn't change overnight and the damage caused doesn't either. Demand better, demand more. Again, all the performance, all appeal to emotion, didn't even look at what was levied against Taiga, didn't look at any of the quote-unquote evidence that was presented there. Before the song and dance for victim blaming comes around, let me first say fuck you, and secondly say that the trend among victims I've seen personally is that the documentation of the issues is consistently vast and detailed. The drama they live with is still processing. By the way, one of the people that actually made a document on Taiga turned out to be an actual fucking good to god rapist. So fucking again happened again and will happen again and again and again and again. People going after people enjoying lolicon, showdacon content, all that the fiction will eventually have some of their skeletons fucking just fall out of their closet. Always fucking happens. Never fails. The number one reason victims don't speak out while being abused and afterwards is because they live in utter terror of what will happen to them because of the power dynamic the abuser has over them, and now because of society's hatred and apathy for victims. Listen to survivors for Me Too. Uses an actual hashtag for fucking Me Too with this thing. Has always been, at least for me, a phrase that merely allows a platform for victims to overcome that fear, even speak up to begin with. Society loves to boast about free speech and shit, but refuses to give shit to those in most need of it. Abusers, groomers, sexual predators, etc. All personal tyrants that torment victims. They deserve as much as your attention, sympathy, and empathy as you can muster. If you don't have the spoons for it, that's one thing. But if you can give your resource that aren't 4chan, good. You have to understand that Reikan herself is a 4chan user and spends a very good amount of time there. And there's evidence of that as well, because otherwise she wouldn't know when people actually talk about her. And people don't talk a lot about her, you have to understand. So the fact that she knows that someone on 4chan actually said anything about her can only be explained via that they actually looked for it. They actually went to a 4chan archive and look up their own name on it. Because Reikan is such a fucking nobody, despite being so fucking vile. And, you know, that's kind of a little bit understandable that, you know, vile people, at least this time around, didn't get enough attention, thank God. Because who knows what Reikan would actually do if she did get positive attention. That it's unfeasible to think that Reikan didn't look herself up on 4chan. We'll get to see that too. Shit on 4chan, but stalk 4chan for any mentions of her name. The thing about all of this is that I can't be the only one who speaks this strongly about this stuff to create that safe space that's so desperately needed for even healing to begin with. Healing to begin. Again, this is someone that actually defends a sex pest. Someone with fucking victims under their belt. This is a sex pest defender, and they have the audacity to go on this long fucking rant about protecting victims of sexual predators. This oozes so much irony. It's almost like a disease. It's like it's pus like seeping out of it. It's disgusting. That space just doesn't exist right now for our communities. It's a community effort. I need help. Yes, you do need help, in fact. You need help of the psychiatric type, and to not get violent, maybe a bonk to the head. A way to help is always, of course, helping spread awareness of instances when you see it. Another way that helps is opening your doors unconditionally and without judgment, just to be an ear with an active listening to hear victims out. Well, Reikan, what if the victims of Pix's Chi came to you? What would you do then? Would you hear them out? Like, open your doors? No! You don't give a fuck about victims. You give a fuck about putting on a performance that will only be believable to people that act like you or are incredibly naive. I don't know who else believes this fucking slop. Don't try to fix them. That's not your job. For now, active listening and helping folks like me create a space that's a space allows for healing to begin with for victims is revolutionary. You'll be helping pioneer a needed resource that is entirely missing in fandom communities. Be a part of this. I can't do this alone. Again, this is another one of these bids for help, trying to, you know, up her own reputation within a specific community to later use for clout and monetary gain. That's all it is. This is all a huge fucking play. None of this is actually real. This must be a joke. My community is a safe space for everyone. It really isn't. Also, it shouldn't just be Taiga being held accountable either, but those who enable all this toxicity, especially his fans who think it's okay because he's entertaining and big. And this is what Taiga had to say about this at that point. Hold up. However, these other allegations like pedophilia don't just affect me, they affect my community and the communities I am part of, which is why I am so adamant about them being not true. I've worked so hard to make sure my community is a safe place for everyone. I'm not trying to clear up everything alleged against me. I never claimed to be perfect, but I have tried my best to apologize and defend myself when possible. My entire existence as my time as a VTuber on stream and off has been completely unproblematic. I've never hurt anyone. deprived from my modest feelings and the feelings of this community, which is, again, I am deeply sorry for. Because, again, what was credible in those fucking resources, in those documents that were dropped by an actual rapist, mind you, is that Taiga was an asshole to some people. And this is what Reikan presents as, evidence. Two people shitposting about, have you considered stepping on me? Yes, but it will be considered child abuse, and that's illegal. Again, edgy, stupid joke, but Reikan decided to make a point out of it. Hey y'all, doing a follow purge soon. If you still follow Taiga despite knowing what he did, then I'll be happy to part ways. Tilda at the end, relishing in that shit. Disgusting motherfucker. And as I was saying, things just get worse. In case you don't know what kind of vile individual Reikan is, well, let me show you more ways. You probably don't remember this. I only remember things like this. That's why I have them cataloged. Trust me, stubbornness helps. That's why my fucking Twitter account is unbanned, because I'm too stubborn to quit certain things. Instead of making a new account, I'll just put in the new one unbanned instead. And part of that stubbornness is the fact that I never forget what these people did and when they did it and what the context behind it was and how they are fucking full of it as they call shit out. Here's July 2021 as Reikan decided to go after Weiwei because Weiwei wore a hat that said, "Please be patient, I'm rhubarb." Yes, it's gotten that petty. Happy Disability Pride Month. Again, making this shit here. I'm pointing at my screen very emphatically. This shit right here is worthy of a hashtag. Her call out about her fucking hat with a joke on it. Happy Disability Pride Month with a hashtag. I was wondering what I should say about myself, but I'm scared. I lose friends over this stuff. Want to support folks like me? Don't defend the arsler or moron either. Remember this? Remember this moron thing here? Remember the moron thing? Like, keep it in your pocket. Like, make a sticky note out of it. Remember this. If you want to support folks like me, don't defend or use the arsler or moron either. Remember that. Remember that, because this is gonna be important in a moment. You aren't a bad person if you use such words. You aren't a bad person if you use such words. Let me explain why. I don't believe in a good and evil moral binary. It's crude and immature, in my opinion. People are complicated. Yeah, they're so complicated that you will bat for a sex pest. Unironically and without critical thinking. When I see this hat, for example, I know where it comes from and I know what kind of audience it brings in. Channers. I don't feel safe around channers. Neither do many. Again, she participates in 4chan actively. I also know why people use this meme. It's either self-deprecation or it's misusing the words autistic, the R-slur, and any variation of the two for a weird bimbo classification. So I get why it's used. That still isn't enough. There's an environment that's created from it. The environment is toxic. What makes it ableist is that mental health and autism and other disabilities are only misrepresented as abstract utterances. Example, Ri! This is titling back to the joke, but it's punching down on most neurodivergent folk. No, Ri was never that. Holy shit. I'm actually amused by that. If you confront people about this, you're gaslit with it's just a meme, bro. Touch grass, calm down, and worse with Ri. Just give me a Ri, chat. That's just the thing. Neurodivergent folks, especially folks with autism, are the butt of the jokes, but either neurotypical people and autistic people who are like fish out of water and who are confronted with the reality that their friends, in quotation marks, are actually laughing at them, not with them. No one fucking normal. Even people that are on the autism spectrum or have Asperger's, people that actually can take a joke, know that Ri is just an autistic scream, and it's not meant to insult autistic people for being autistic. No people do this without irony. I think Weibe and VTubers, again, directly, you have to see how she operates. She's trying to make a big shit out of this by actually adding Weibe for shit like this. I think Weibe and VTubers are bad people for using this hat. No, should she stop using this hat anyway? Yes, for the reason I stated it alone. Detoxifying your audience and communities should be the best goal to have as entertainers. Escapism cannot be your audience and communities should be the best goal to have as entertainers. Excuse me. Escapism cannot be had until we have all the fun too. Neurodivergent folks wish to escape too, but cannot because the spaces we find common interests in are too toxic to relax in. I don't know. I have a lot of autists in my fucking followers, and they all enjoy themselves very well, no matter how stupid the things get that I talk about. They enjoy themselves in me showcasing how actual toxic people act. I think you're kind of, treating autistic people as actually mentally disabled to the point where they have like no agency and no will or thinking ability of their own. Believe it or not, but people on the autism spectrum, as wide as that spectrum is, can take a joke, even if you sometimes have to explain it to them for them to actually catch that it was a joke. They can take a joke and they do not take offense to everything, and they aren't afraid to go into more edgy stuff. They aren't children to be protected like that. So thinking of them like that is a bit ableist on itself, you could even say. As for my skin in the game, I have ADHD, clinical depression, general anxiety disorder, dysthymia, sometimes double depression. Double depresso, gender dysphoria, and CPTSD, which is a glue that holds it all together and makes things worse to the point where I suffer from psychosis now. Due to a small, which of these disabilities makes you this vile of a person, though? Will you blame that on any of your mental deficiencies, or is that just part of your personality, though? This small bit of trauma dumping, content warning, abuse, domestic violence, childhood abuse. I live at home with the family and never left save for 1 year at college at dorms. I have been both physically, verbally, and psychologically abused by my father my entire life. This is a man who is now too weak to physically assault me, say for pushing me and maybe sucker punching me due to cancer, which he weaponizing and manipulates me to do all the sorts of bullshit that sabotages my work and life. I wonder if that's actually true, but since it's Reikan, it's kind of hard to believe. Not to victim blame or shit like that, but at this point, would you believe anything fucking Reikan has to say? I'm 26 years old. Well, now we have an age confirmation then. In 2021, Reikan was 26 years old. So 3 years into the future, and into 2024, Reikan is now 29 at this point in time. I'm 26 years old and I'm still abused almost daily. Context aside, the daily bit includes usage of the R slur and moron that this motherfucker uses against me to become obedient because of long-term conditioning. The logic slash trick is I'm a part of this family, then I must give a shit about what happens every waking moment. If I don't notice everything around me, I don't give a shit, or am I retarded or a moron? there's no out for me in this environment, so I spiral into paralysis because I feel a flight, freeze, and phone response all at the same time. My brain is overloaded and I sink into double depression and break down. So when I see this meme, when I see people actively disregarding grievances that no neurodivergent folks like me have, and I see my value as a person be at the end of a joke, some self-centered self-deprecation, I don't feel relaxed in the mood to have fun. I want to fight. I am jaded, tired, and want any trouble. I just want peace and quiet at this point. Again, this is all because fucking Weibe wears a rhubarb hat. This thread going on into 15 tweets at this point is all because fucking hat. While being gay with others around me, I want to build a community that outlives me. That's why I step forward on my story and grievance. Find yourself, telling, I'm gonna say ND from this point, and trauma victims to touch grass, ignore the C2A and continue to use those jokes, defend the usage of these jokes, and try to explain why I already understand the channers and the channel culture, then please think before acting. I've made all the friends since the pandemic started and want to keep you all around and make more, but we'll prioritize me and my community's safety. Like, what fucking community? Like, no one fucking around this person other than the other terminally online that she talks to on Discord. What fucking community? Safety and my peace of mind, trying to appease people who do not take this seriously or are willing to change. This means that you can unfollow me if this makes you so uncomfortable, the point where you aren't willing to talk to me about any of this in any capacity. I have a lot of love to give to friends. Take the opportunity to pick my brain. Otherwise, you can leave. If you see people defend this stuff to try to gaslight, I will block and move on. I don't have time or spoons to talk to people like that. Hope you're more mindful about what you do and what you say. You aren't too far from having trauma or knowing someone yourselves. And thread unroll. I included this particular end of the thread because Reikan has done this all the time. Reikan saves her rant threads for later, probably to reread in a narcissistic way, or to link to other people because she's that self-important, as we've already seen. This is all like an exercise in narcissism for her, nothing else. And remember, and here's Sister Rose, another insane person. And believe it or not, Sister Rose and Reikan will soon have a beef within this Reikan story. They will go at each other's throats, which is going to be kind of funny. Sister Rose is also someone I had encounters with. Very funny encounters. But for now, for context, Sister Rose is also the type of insane that Reikan is. I think like there's a threshold you can cross that makes you a bad person, and definitely this attracts bad people. I just learned that the blue hat is like specifically an autism thing too, and the fact that she's been using this for months is so fucked. I very much subscribe to the utilitarian. Sorry, I need to fucking drink before I can tackle long words. Utilitarianism. And Ubermensch than anything else. I don't think Reikan knows what an Ubermensch actually is, but you know, Reikan doesn't know much. She knows how to write nonsense though. It's less about the person being good or bad to me. It's more about their presence causing me issues with the goals I have, which are community focused and also personally affecting me. At the moment, her and other VTubers are causing me and others around me issues. That's why I bring this up. Going into seeing who's good or bad requires too much spoons for me to handle. So I just rather not. I hope you understand my focus in language here. And moving back a bit, because this was... hold up, this was in July of 2021, but moving back to the illustrated point, you'll see in a moment where I'm going with this. January 28th, 2021, as Reikan says this. I don't expect people to know all things I shouldn't be expected to explain to people. Calling me retarded. A personal trigger word, by the way. Moron, again, a personal trigger word. Sending me death threats and harassment. Try to parse who among these found are worth it. And lo and behold, remember, Reikan takes exception to people using the R word, retarded, and moron. She considered these two words personal trigger words, but guess what? January 8th, 2020, just a year ago, from the point where she says that those are personal trigger words. If you leave morons to their own devices, will they actually adapt and learn? I'm thinking about fictional villains in Trump. Like, even if you have somewhat competent people around villain, you gave them, say, 50 to 100 years, would the moron actually adapt and wisen up? Cancel culture, latest addition to the endless outrage machine, as we saw with the week. Again, this is 2019 this time. With the weak Mignona case and other immature minor daily dialects we exchange with these morons. The difference here is that it's divisive addition, albeit ineffective for space creation. What she says isn't important. What words she says is important. With Vic stance feigning outrage over the Funimation leaks is exactly what PC culture is. You have to be a moron to suggest otherwise. The context of those clips is diversion. Instead of coping with the reality that fans are defending a pedophile rapist, they'd rather be puritanical. Well, isn't that fucking funny? Going on a long rant how the retarded and moron are these super offensive words that you shouldn't use because all of these neurodivergent people will think you're in a toxic environment. But Reikan, what are you doing? Why are you using these words if they're, again, moron apparently her personal trigger? Is that how you deal with personal triggers? You just use them yourself? I thought these words were triggering. What's going on here? Do you understand how fake this motherfucker is? I almost use a slur here. That's how angry this person makes me. Makes me just. I have to encapsulate it in one word. This is an F slur. This is a pure F slur. This is how bad this person is to me, and it just gets worse. Fake, not repentant. I will just get out of the thesaurus next time I have to talk about all the negatives about this person. Holy fuck. And we're not even done yet. It just gets worse and worse. To illustrate the point, this was July 2021. We still have 3 years to go. But I should go just a little bit faster. In July, Reikan goes on another anti-lolly rant, because why the fuck not? Upon my call out, by the way. I say this, pretty arrogant to claim one controversial fictional kink is more acceptable than other, and then shaming others for it. This is, again, this will start to involve someone called Artie-chan. Another person that's going to be very relevant to Reikan's story, actually. But what Reikan here actually decided to do was essentially to go after other people for, lolly bad. The king understands us, have logged in. I know this might be a bit of big brain, but there are plenty of people who do discuss their kinks in public, especially show it off. The difference between kinks and lolicon is specifically pedophilia. No, it's not, and I can go to an anime convention and discuss lolicon with a person that's gonna sell me a lolicon book. That's retarded and completely untrue. And here's her quoting Artie-chan. Question for lolicons. Would you proudly say out loud your simple lollies publicly around many people? Again, Artie, very prominent anti-lolicon. Called them pedophiles too, quite frequently as well. If you feel called out by the tiniest bit of introspection, gosh, you've got a problem. You're probably a pedophile. There is no what about answer that can equate to pedophilia. You know who you are and you should be ashamed of yourselves. There's nothing wrong with being a furry. Also being also people proclaim their love for fictional characters in public all the time. Are you kidding me? Go to talk to more people outside of 4chan. I'm begging you. And here's Reikan replying to me as I call her out on this bullshit. I wonder why pedos aren't invited to kink events. Maybe it has something to do with consent and children's inability to consent. Again, I'm talking about Lolicon. The people she's calling out also calling about Lolicon, but she's equating these two. All of you to continue screenshotting me to your audience over the same issue. You'll live in a very small bubble of people who think CP is okay. And I replied to this with, drawings can consent, don't bring up unrelated things to a discussion about Lolicon. Keep conflating Lolicons with pedophiles or batting for a self-admitted sex predator, shameless grifter. Pedos get off to children. Child porn is what you love to die on a hill for. Call me a grifter all you want. At least I don't brand myself as a pedophile who loves to defend and retweet child porn. Again, this is a person batting for a sex predator, and I'm here just enjoying fucking drawings. I recall some time ago that I, for others who are anti-lolicon, anti-pedophile, would never make it to VTuber scene. And yet I'm full-time now, and every client I have taken on doesn't have lolicons in their audience has grown in following, views, and subs. I wonder why. Again, the people she's talking to have like a few hundred subs on YouTube's and and never reach like very small people. Again, she's just tooting her own horn, thinking she's more important than she is by advising, being the VTuber manager extraordinaire. Maybe because we don't operate in the same market, audience segmentation tends to have this effect. VTuber cringe, you can be cringe and whine all you want about how drawings can consent or whatever the fuck your unhealthy coping mechanism is. The world is a big place. And VTubers and VTuber around the world can be successful without the help of lolicons/pedos. This much should be obvious, but I guess your mind is poisoned 4chan, and I suppose living in an alternate reality is all you got, like a fish out of water. Not catering to pedophiles makes me a grifter, got it. No, pretending constantly to gain attention, and with that monetary gain, that's the grift. That's the small-time swindling that Reikan is involved with. That's the grift. And I replied with this, oh, you're a licensed therapist now, talking about unhealthy coping mechanisms, that the grift truly goes deep. Talk to an actual professional about this, or actual survivors who use that content endorsed by said professionals. I don't need to be a therapist to know that an unhealthy, unsafe environment where CP is widespread and readily accepted as okay is, well, not okay and damaging. Again, she knows better. Reikan is once again knowledgeable about everything, so she knows better that Lolicon, even endorsed by qualified therapists, is damaging. In fact, not the opposite. Are you able to think by yourself, or do you need a circle jerk to validate your insecurities? Coming from a person that blocks thousands of people, consistently logs her replies, by the way, and that was a feature when newly implemented, and never debates with anyone, calling what I do a circle jerk. I do report CP when I see it in social media. Why don't you report it when you see it? LOL. Well, I actually do, and I report all kinds of things that are actually real when they do actually appear on my timeline. And I fucking like that they don't appear on my timeline often, because that would be a very serious problem with Twitter, and it still fucking is, especially with how actual minors sexualize themselves here. It's a fucking hellscape. And look, actual lolicon VTubers got issues if they go as far as to sexualize themselves. I don't keep that shit everywhere near me because I know better. You absolute goon. Motherfucker. Do I have to even remind you at this point that this is someone defending someone that actually has victims under their belt, actual sex predator, and here she is going off me about drawings, like so full of herself. Like, what happened to shame? Like, at what point does a person start to feel shame, get enough self-awareness to actually fuck off? Well, believe it or not, Reikan actually does reach that point, but not because of shame, but because of desperation. Gonna mute this shit, lol. I got work to do. If you're a petite woman who's also a VTuber and are tired of dealing with this shit, DM me. Let's see what we can do to help you rise above this stupid shit. Again, give me money for consultation. That's the implication here. Moving on. Again, July 2021. Another arc, another smaller arc. I have to give you more context again because a little bit of that is lost. Here's Reikan promoting her re-debut as a VTuber, but this comes in the background of a specific call out that a VTuber called Charlotte Van Halen got involved in. I actually had a stream where Charlotte was one of the main people involved in with a parasocial simp called Kestraline. Beforehand, you can go watch that stream. Charlotte is a part of that too. But Charlotte essentially had people take clips of what she did during the stream out of context and take jokes that she did out of context in order to paint her in the most terrible of lights. Like they branded her a racist, a dog abuser because of an edgy joke that she did that didn't actually involve hurting her actual like dog, but people took the shit that she said so much out of context that they painted her like all kinds of evil, like scum of the earth evil. And guess who was at the forefront of that thing? It was Reikan. I don't have the actual screenshots of her engaging with this, but believe me, she did engage with that actually, and was at the forefront of that, going after Charlotte. And shortly after that, people that actually were Charlotte's fans discovered that and decided to shit on Reikan for that because of starting shit. And Reikan here, out of the grift that she likes to put forward at any chance she gets, decided to re-debut at the same time. Charlotte Van Halen had some following, and I still think she has some following on 4chan. So here's what Reikan is saying. I hear some folks now conspiring to cancel me and ruin my Sabaton debut on Friday and 3 p.m. EST on CriticalReikan. If 4chan, Kiwi Farms, Jama YouTubers, and PewDiePie couldn't do it, then what God's name thinks you can? LOL. Fuck you, I'm here to stay. FAQ Sabaton debut, raising money to move out of an abusive household. By the way, in case you want to know how often Reikan is actually mentioned on 4chan and Kiwi Farms, I went and counted. On 4chan, Reikan as a person is mentioned like S-Her, because there are actual other Reikans, because Reikan is not a name unique to her. Reikan was mentioned 6 times on 4chan throughout the years. Just six times. On Kiwi Farms, a total of 8 times throughout like 2019 to current date. Just 8 times. And then there was no cancellation attempts. It was just, look at the stupid shit that this person does. There was no cancellation attempts. There was no get this slur out of here. There was no such thing. But guess what? Actually, Reikan had a little bit of trolls remorse after going after Reikan. Oh, sorry, after Charlotte. Here's a but before that, here's an actual post that was about this debut from 4chan, which quickly devolved into shit posting because Reikan is so irrelevant that everyone was like, "Who? This VTuber claims that 4chan failed to cancel them. WTF are they talking about? They are live on their Twitch debut, Sabaton, whatever right now. First off, who? Second, I bet you all in the feed are that no one, not even the saddest, loneliest schizo tried to cancel her. She's just naming a boogeyman for attention. And third, I know it's you, so fuck off. Literally who, and who is shielding yourself? It's again very possible that Reikan did this herself. Be honest with me, Alans. Do you come in tissue or do you clean it afterwards? Again, all of this devolved into shit posting unrelated to Reikan. Reikan possibly went and posted about herself here for the subathon. Because how else, would Reikan actually know any of this? What 4chan wants to do and that. And there's more mention of 4chans later, in case you didn't notice the other mentions beforehand. But again, Reikan here had a little bit of troll's remorse. Because she actually decided to go to Charlotte later and, be incredibly apologetic and try to mend ways with Charlotte. Again, probably trying to do the same shit she did to me to Charlotte, but and Charlotte actually fell for it. I'm so proud of Lotte Van Halen, that's Charlotte's actual Twitter account, for having an actionable plan on improving as a person. I'm so blessed to have an amazing friends like IRL Goopy and Kari's VTuber. Two shit stirrers, by the way. Both went after Taiga, by the way. One tried to dismiss the fact that one of the people calling out Taiga as a rapist, Karius, by the way, did that. Both of these retards were featured on my account beforehand. IRL Guppy for constantly engaging in drama and then deleting the shit when heat got too high. Karius for being a self-styled retard that decides to go after people for no discernible reason other than just to, get on their cases. Both are now quite irrelevant. So yeah. Yeah, IRL Guppy is moods with Azzy Boy. The person I'm talking about, the rapist actually, is Azzy Boy. So yeah, they were batting for the rapist. So yeah, both of these people are essentially irrelevant to most drama. They just kind of just sit there, do nothing nowadays. But beforehand, they were just really active in those spaces where VTuber drama was actually happening. But yeah, Reikan got all apologetic and shit about this, and I kind of don't want to read all of that because it's all just being very very apologetic and how could I do this to this poor person? Like, mental illness is such a prevalent thing within this community. Like, what I have done to Lotte Van Halen is inexcusable. Blow things out of proportion. No matter what I'll think about the issue, it was not my place to even interject. Wow, introspection, but I think it's fake. As a result, I ended up hurting her and too many friends who I hold dearly as a result of my actions. ED is eating disorder because she made fat jokes too. So yeah, that's that's what they try to paint Charlotte as, like all the evils in the world. Racist, ableist, animal abuser, fatphobic, whatever. And Reikan goes on a long rant, being incredibly apologetic about it. You might think this is genuine. but I do not think so. And I'll tell you why I don't think so in case, you know, you don't really understand how Reikan's personality operates even after I show you all of this, the shit that she does. So yeah, very incredibly long rant. But at the same time, you have to understand that another thing happened in. I believe in redemption. I am no angel. I used to be a gamergate and used to say horrible shit. I slip even time to time. I casted a stone in a glass house and I am feeling the consequences of my actions again. We need to have hope. We cannot afford to be nihilistic. We cannot afford to continue to be jaded by our traumas and pasts. We must move on and help one another. We only have one another and our own selves. Nobody is coming to save us, nor am I your savior. I'm human working with other humans. We make mistakes and aren't perfect. When we look into the abyss, we need to look for the light at the end of the tunnel. We are currently at the abyss and we are becoming too jaded to recognize this. We must do better as well. Rise above, find different ways of change. I'm sorry I'm not getting up to clap for this dramatization. As I debut tomorrow, I will no longer participate or instigate callouts and shit. Remember this, please. Please remember this. As I debut tomorrow, I will no longer participate or instigate callout and shit. Please remember this. I'll do my best to rise above and find other ways of handling these situations, even if I perceive a stubbornness bigger than my efforts can handle. I implore you to join me in this. That being said, I will continue to tackle abusers, pedophiles, groomers. Well, I think you're tackling them with hugs, considering you're fucking in bed with Pix's shit at the moment. But you know, whatever. At this point, whatever, etc. Folks of such overwhelming harm. However, anything else, you must do better. Please help me do better and lead by example. I love you all and hope you can heal from this. Ooh. And actually, a month later, after this, Charlotte has been so abused by people for the whole month after, you know, Reikan's erroneous call out that she decided to, you know, make posts of her own, posts that have now been deleted. I have some archives of them, but in them, Charlotte just says that she essentially didn't know how to handle the harassment, but was also appreciative of the support that she got. And I essentially told her this. Welcome to Twitter. If you know you haven't done anything wrong, stick to your own thing and tell everyone else to go take a hike. Then just wait for your detractors to be outed as the things they accused you of. It's a cycle. And for some fucking reason, because you do have to understand that Reikan has me blocked and unblocks me to either quote retweet me, so I notice it. I notice it anyway. It doesn't matter if you have me blocked or not. I see everything that I want to see. And then actually decided to post under my thread and under Charlotte to link to her thread about, you know, how apologetic she is and how, you know, she's turning a new leaf and everyone needs to be super friendly and help her heal and shit like that. And guess what she decides to do in this whole thread, telling about, you know, how she's now friends with Charlotte for whatever fucking reason, and defending Charlotte from the accusations that she herself made, by the way, one of the instigators of this call out. She decided to go and post the DMs that she had with Charlotte, and in them, let me read that super chat real quick, otherwise it's gonna be distracting me for a bit. Yujiro Hanma, thank you for the $5. Get him out of the loop. A quick recap, bro. That's gonna be incredibly hard, but essentially, We are talking about a person that's an abuser, goes after innocent people all the time, defends sex predators, lies, manipulates, and gaslights people. That's the quickest recap I can give you without going into details. But back to topic. In her DMs with Charlotte, Reikan decides to throw Taiga under the bus again. Remember, Reikan said that she will not do any public callouts about anything, but still decided to go after Taiga anyway, and paid him in the worst light possible to Charlotte here. Here's them talking about it. I'm gonna read most of this. It's less about the influencer and person themselves and more about the audience and friends who sticks by the by it. It's stuff that has years and years of being there. Nobody ever telling Taiga no. Never vibe checking him. His friends are just as bad as he is because they participate and encourage that shit. As soon as the backlash came, some of them dipped and then came back and continued. Not even a week after. After. His fans enjoy that shit. The racism, the pedophilia, the grooming, etc. They enjoy it. I get it now. So the community is happy he do that. So when it gets exposed, they don't care. Yup, they've been conditioned not to. Think back how your audience reacted to me during the chaos of last week, despite you wanting them to be polite and stuff. They really care for you. There's a type of flavor to every community that blends together like a recipe. Different ingredients. With Taiga, it's a recipe of just vile shit, which unfortunately is quite common to see around in different industries too. Me coming from the anime industry, with me being a media person, seeing Vic Mignogna and getting thoroughly involved with that. I don't know Vic Mignogna, voice actor, but yeah, I think I get it now. Basically, the community is more so the problem. The person is the figurehead, but the community is the source of most of the issue. You have to understand that Charlotte, as you can probably tell from most of this, didn't know much about VTubing or the VTubing community in general, or what was going on behind with all the drama and shit like that. So having Reikan explain all of this to her and Charlotte believing that is just a recipe for a disaster itself, because you know what kind of opinions Reikan puts forward. You can see all of this here. Just throwing Taiga and his friends under the bus. Yep, exposing Taiga was like an iceberg. The community is half of the iceberg. The culture, mentality, and worldviews they all have make up the rest. Taiga is tippy top. Good analogy. I can easily visualize that. I can believe that some people really just think pedo is normal though, like especially on the age he got those pics at. It's not just that. This person is slim or younger. Nah, bro, they had diapers on. It's like a baby. WTF? That's another topic to unpack another time. Why people just accept there's some deep fucked up psychology going on there. I don't know how many things were at play. It's always a lot. Maybe this is another thing I need to work on in communication, because I think very straightforwardly, but now I realize that people have a lot of factors they include when they talk about such topics. It's a lot of unpacking, like onion layers. I won't even comment on that onion picture. You're gonna laugh though. I'm pretty tired. If I stopped responding, I might have passed out. I did when I was in university. So-called social penetration theory, LMAO. Damn, bro. Religion got a whole chunk of onion for itself. And someday I explained how that changes when you're anti-religious. But I'm pretty tired too. I'm incredibly comfy with you. Well, number 4 is probably like worldviews and beliefs, including religion. Yup. Comfy sounds good. I'm glad. Concept of self is the only thing I don't get really. What you got out of yourself? Like when people say, oh, I'm a fail or etc. Concept of self. The self is what makes you, you. Your personality, your traumas, experiences, and memories. Things that make you unique and stuff. What makes Charlotte, which is I hope to learn much more of. Damn, that's spoon. And then, you know, she went on more about that self-apologetic stuff, defending her with all that she got, showing her work schedule. I can't zoom on this like more enough, but it's all consultation work. Such a poor overworked baby that Reikan is. I don't know who she consults and who is fucking naive enough to be consulted by her on this stuff. But the poor fucking souls that gave this retard money, I feel bad for them that they did. And here's Reikan also showing that Charlotte started to support Reikan due to their now perceived friendship. And mind you, I do not know if Charlotte and Reikan are still friends, but I kinda doubt it. Because Charlotte got burned on a lot of people that she trusted. Charlotte was kinda naive like that. But here's some people that were replying to my thread about what Char experienced, and I'm gonna read those because I found them pretty interesting. Let's be real. I looked into it when I was fresh, and it seems that instigator of this whole situation did it to promote their debut. If Char can find it, a defamation lawsuit should shut those people up for good. Here's Hark Mentor talking about Reikan. Unblocks, squad retreats, reblocks. Yes, that's exactly what Reikan does. That aside, the timing of the whole situation is way too fucking suspicious, considering it magically sprang out of nowhere 2 days before the debut. Then the apology comes a day before the debut, so you can see how that looks. Plus, it's not even the first time you send a mob at someone over false accusations, yet for some reason, this is one you decide to apologize on as soon as possible. Man, Reikan again? That VTuber can be trusted at all, no matter what. The way Reikan acts looks really suspicious, no matter how I see. Combine that with her debut soon too. Hold up, she's debuting again? Maybe it looks the way from these tweets. You can find these tweets in this Rinji's post, by the way. Pretty sure that was sent the day before the debut I'm talking about. No way in hell she's debuting a third time. Don't know, to be honest. You can find those tweets under Charlotte replies to Kuri's post. If you're blocked by Reikan, you'll see a lot of unable to view this tweet, so you'll find those tweets under that. Still looks suspicious, no matter how I see through. Oh, I read them. She has blocked me, yeah. So yeah, all of this might have been just a ploy, you know, to avoid more damage during the debut and actually promote yourself as the good guy during the debut. Like, you know, create a situation where you instigate something and then you try to look like a good guy by saying that you made a mistake and are working very hard to amend that mistake. Kinda looks like that. And there's more of evidence of behavior like that as things get worse. Again, we are on October 2021. Things are gonna slow down just a little bit from this point onward. But do remember that Reikan said that she's not gonna do any more callouts, even though there were callouts. And more. You do have to understand that Reikan really hates work. She's like, what did she describe herself as? Like a narco nihilist that hates work. And also workaholic at the same time. What Reikan hates with working, as she describes it, is the grind and the fact, you know, that some people work for work's sake because they have to put food on the table. But Reikan wants to work in ways that define her, and by working in ways that define her means that she wants to grift people and quote unquote consult them, because that's her work at this point in time, consulting people. And even nowadays it's that. But who takes advice from this fucking dumbass? I do not fucking know. I don't want to call this dumbass master manipulator, because they aren't. But there's so many naive people out there that just fell for this shit that will give her money. So, you know, the naive and uninformed are always easily exploited by people like Reikan, and that's an unfortunate situation. But let's continue when Reikan decides to defend Pixis Chi once again. This is in November of 2021. Lots of dirt folks are trying to dig on me that either are nowhere to be found or are using the past of my friends as a weapon against me. For that kind of people who hate cancel culture, you love performing it for your own gain. You want to cancel me, go big or go home. I've got nothing to hide except except this is another ironic statement that's gonna be pretty fucking funny. But do remember this. I've got nothing to hide. I know what I've done, where I come from, and I have people to corroborate everything. I know myself and see how far I've come as a person. I use what lessons I've learned to create an environment, community that can be safe for marginalized people. What you'll do, see people you find cringe for speaking up for themselves and subvert your expectations. Ideals and communities of angsty, self-destructive, and self-hating, projecting sons of bitches who have no lives. And you bully, harass, and blame everyone but yourselves. The people I get close to are both none of your fucking business. Nor do I surround myself with people of poor character, except fucking sex pests and other degenerates that I already described. Those aren't people of poor character, nope. The people I talk to are people imperfect, ever-changing, in need of a family love, or just misunderstood babies that didn't know any better. If you want to improve, you prove it to others. She has done nothing but improve. So many can attest to this. She is open about all of this and gets incredibly anxious over this poor sex predator baby. So I'll help as a good friend who loves her very much like family. If these victims want to talk, I'm game, but a lot of you channers, fuck off. Disgusting. I'm a firm believer of this idea, but with the strict condition that they are surrounded by people who can actually help them become better people. The motivator of why I've always gone after abusers, predators, and groomers is because of power and ego. If you got some jackasses so full of themselves they can accept any responsibility for their actions because their power gets to their head, they need their asses checked. It doesn't matter. And a sex predator that has only run away from the responsibilities, just admitting it and apologizing to uninvolved people, is not taking responsibility. That's the exact opposite. That's fucking running away. This motherfucker has never apologized to actual victims or confronted them. The victims don't want anything to do with them. At some point you need to talk to people, especially if those dynamics just aren't there. Like, sure, she can go commissions and has these fancy things, but really, she's living paycheck to paycheck and is actively improving. Like, that shit ain't necessary right now. I'm sorry, there's always a time to call out abusers like that. There's no timeouts for sex predators, sorry. I don't believe in fix like that. So yeah, if you want to come at me and call my fam a sex pest whenever someone criticizes checks, notes, lolicon, and lollies is a trope, how we use it every day and respecting people's wishes and boundaries, you're gonna have to do better than that. Well, I'm sorry your sex pests boundaries aren't respected and they're calling out for their fucking vile behaviors. So sorry. And here's another thing about me. I fuck up too. I'm human, like a real human being. Here's something I will do though. There's anyone who does fuck up in that kind of way who are too close to me, they won't be in my spaces or communities, but they'll still be their friend. Well, glad that you admit that you will be friends with sex pests, no matter what. Bonds don't break so easily. My friendship with someone is none of your business. It's toxic to go around and shame people around who they're friends with. There's a fine line between approving and covering for a friend and being their emotional support. Mind you, Reikan has done this to other people. To Taiga and his friends, by the way. You've seen her in the stream do that. This hypocritical motherfucker. Real friendship is something you all lack and need. You need someone who's gonna be there to help you at your worst. You need someone who's gonna vibe check you and give you tough love. Yeah, the tough love. This person. You need someone who sees you for you and doesn't blink for a second, where or not they're gonna help you and up and go to distance with you. But believe it or not, from this moment on, this got worse. Because Reikan decided to defend an actual child groomer. An actual person that got sexual with fucking kitties. Remember that person that I called Artie-chan? That Artie-chan is gonna be involved soon? Well, Artie-chan was one of the people that I have called out before. And Artie-chan, I'm giving you a context here. You can find information about Artie-chan on my Twitter account. I think I'm just gonna link you that because that's probably the fastest way. So you find out who Artie-chan was actually in detail. But I will tell you anyway, as I'm explaining how all of this relates to Reikan. Here you go. This is the thread about Artie. We already moved to January 2022, by the way, in case you didn't notice. So Artie-chan was someone that was very anti-lolicon, called them pedophiles, constantly made weird callouts, constantly insulted them. But guess what happened? A minor, a child, came forward and said that Artie-chan was actually grooming them and requesting them to draw not safe for work art of themselves as a character. And there were other accusations there as well, which you can again read. But that's not everything. Because other victims of Artie-chan actually came forward. And one of them revealed, a 13-year-old, by the way, at that point in time, that Artie-chan was buying the kink gear for them. Collars. Kink collars. And Artie-chan knew that that person was 13 years old. But Reikan, guess what Reikan decided to do with that? Not knowing. Reikan decided to do this about age gap and the people were in high school. None of this is relevant, by the way. Artie was a person in her 20s. And the fucking child that she bought kink gear for, wanted to buy kink gear for, was 13. So what Reikan here is not relevant. But you'll have to understand why Reikan decides to bat for Artie-chan here. And as I read this, you will understand how fucking ridiculous and retarded this is. Why Reikan decided to take Artie-chan's fucking side on this. If someone is 18 in high school and falls in love with a 15-year-old sophomore, both in which have their traumas to unpack so young and neither know what love really is something to cancel someone over with such ferocity, I want to talk about Artie-chan's issue. None of this has anything to do with age gap of that kind, by the way. You have to understand. This is all false. And take a point to this. Disclosure. Artie is a friend and came to me for this issue in a panic. She briefed me and was kind enough to show me her dog that she had decently crafted the situation, which includes her victim's Tumblr post that describes the situation. Disclosure continued. Artie has also hired me for PR services to help her navigate this issue. I am on my own volition speaking up about this because now this issue was handled, doesn't sit right with me, was messy, and well, I don't leave friends behind, that's who I am. This motherfucker This sex pest, this child groomer, came to Reikan to help her navigate this PR disaster. And Reikan agreed to it. This is the reason why Reikan is defending RT in the first place. If you believe any of this shit is because of friendship and not because of fucking money, you're as retarded as RT is. But Reikan goes into, oh, age gap and shit like that. Oh, we're gonna cancel people for, 18 and 15 now. That kind of defense here, And here's a dumber thing. One of the issues being blown out of proportion by VTuber Cringe is a lewd drawing of a character that presents as a minor. Said character falls under the whole trope of damn girl, you're actually 1,000 years old. Said no safe for God is actually aged up. Make of that what you will. This motherfucker, it doesn't matter. RT requested art of a character that represented the actual minor in a not safe for work situation, which in most laws around the world constitutes as actual child porn. So what RT here did is request of a minor, 15 years old by the way, to draw porn of themselves as this character. It doesn't matter if this character is fictional or if they're aged up on anything. It's a character that represents an actual fucking minor. Meaning, once again, that RT requested actual child porn to be drawn, and this retard, Reikan, actually defends child porn with a lolicon argument of actual 1,000 years old and aged up. Reikan is a dumbass that will do anything for money, anything to get ahead, and anything if you are on her good side. She will even defend predators. She will defend child groomers. She will defend people that actually got involved in the creation of fucking child porn. And this is one of the reasons why I decided to do this stream. Because the extent of what this person does and what she's trying to get away from is this immense. And only very few people, including myself, of course, know about this. And this person is trying to sweep all of this under the rug as if it's never happened in order to make a career and actually, get bank. A person like this does not deserve to make any kind of getaway, to make any kinds of escapes. How do you make amends for this other than, I don't know, leaving the internet forever? I do not know. Apologies aren't enough to the people that this person hurt, to the tremendous amount of people that Reikan has hurt, because her actions and the actions of what she calls friends here, like Guppy or Carius or any other dumbasses that were involved with her over the years, they have contributed to the harassment of actual my friends, that people that I consider friends, lolicon and lolly VTubers that I talk to, and I talk to this day, that are still affected by the actions of Reikan and her fucking cronies, because I don't want to call these people friends, because they turn on each other as quick as Reikan's opinions about anything change. And these people do not deserve to have careers, especially Reikan. Reikan does not deserve to get away from any of this. And I will do my darnest so people know this. And I don't make calls like this very often. I hope you can spread what's happening in this fucking video and show it to other people that are currently involved in Reikan's other identity, that is Tessa. A person that tries to pretend none of this shit ever happened. And I'll have even evidence of her escaping from this identity, because Reikan is so fucking stupid that she would even say to others that she's escaping from an identity that she made so toxic for her own from her own behaviors that she cannot get any work out of it. And this is the reason why she's escaping. Because the things that she did as Reikan are so indefensible, as you can see here, especially from this particular issue I'm talking about, the defense of fucking CP creation, that is, it's just so immeasurable. It's so I don't even have a proper definition for it. I want this shit to be everywhere. And I'm mad. And I'm rightfully fucking mad about this. But let's continue, because being mad here doesn't really help. But getting to the end of the stream and showing this everything actually does help. But then she continues. I'm not concerned about what Kuri is doing. Surprising enough, you see this Kuri, I'm kind of unfazed, just kind of think you went a bit overboard for personal issues with Artie, but really that's besides the point, and I think that's important for onlookers to consider. Retard, she made CP and I didn't go crazy. I showed the allegations as they were. Do you want to know what actually happened to Artie? Because this fucking person just goes on in full defense of Artie at this point. Like, you know, poor fucking baby again. Artie has completely wiped her history of her presence from the fucking internet. Because Artie knew that what she did was indefensible. Being a child sex predator will not help you to gain any traction. Especially as if what you did is so beyond any kind of redemption. So no. Artie Chan, as she were, is completely fucking gone. I think there's like remains of her Twitch out there, but that's it. If Artie is any place online, maybe it's under a different identity, just escaping from all of this, as all of these other fucking cowards predators do. So yeah. Let me continue this. Artie Chan has recent history showcasing actions meeting up with words with not involving minors in the community. It's not best effort to do ignorance on how to accomplish this, but effort is constantly made. I think is overlooked and important to consider. You know why? When people say things like that, also don't ask adults for loot pics either. That's gross as heck, because this is a smokescreen. Going after lolicons and doing all of this shit right here, this is just a smokescreen beforehand. Mind you, Reikan here is showcasing things before this reveal, by the way. This is all from 2021, and the call out was in at the beginning of 2022 in January. So everything that Reikan is here showcasing about Artie is just another smokescreen to avoid any kinds of responsibility for her actions that will soon be revealed. So how does this excuse anything? According to Reikan, it's because she talked about it that she doesn't do shit like that, but it was revealed that she actually does. So a defense of what she said in the past is actually a defense for what was revealed about her. Is that what I'm supposed to get out of that? Confirmed here is the screenshots given to me by Artie. There is an understanding of what happened in the past. Well, happened. Today is now. Trust is earned. That is something Artie is going to need to earn back from this person, which is entirely up to the victim. In my honest professional opinion, Artie and the victim in question were both not in the best position to be around each other in more ways than one. The boundaries were never set up and attempted in one or both of them. However, this isn't something more teens think of. Damas, she requested of a child to make CP of themselves, and then bought king gear for a 13-year-old, or at least wanted to buy king gear for a 13-year-old. The victim feeling gross about the situation is absolutely valid. Trauma very well can grow Even if the other question also experienced trauma from the situation, that does not in any way invalidate the experience both feel, in just general tragedy to consider. I think it's the nuance missing from the instances like this that eventually get dragged up to the age gap discourse. If someone's 17 one day then turns 18 on their birthday, are they actually an adult or still a teenager? In my opinion, the cultural context matters greatly there. Here, remember, this is a person that defends sex predators for benefits, money, and then goes after lolicons for fictional interests, and then uses the lolicon defense for a person that actually created CP, that was involved in creation of child porn. This is a mentally unwell person that's incredibly fucking stupid, and no amounts of long threads that say nothing other than, you know, try to gaslit you into thinking that you're wrong about this situation, that, oh, it's actually more nuanced than this. Oh, think about the age gap in the, you know, other countries. Things like that. As an 18-year-old senior interacting every day with their younger peers, just normal with the way, again, none of that shit has any relevance to what's being said here. None. There was a guilt in Artie's instance here when she sent a love letter to this person. Take a note here. A love letter. Typical hopeless romantic high school level anime shit. Teenagers very much victims of their context and circumstances. To Artie, her context involved being groomed herself, being manipulated, and being an SA survivor herself. And so what? I had known her then, I would tell her that she needs room and time to grow as a person, and fuck that shit. That isn't what to mind when she caught interest in a peer. Not a peer. Was 18. Then she made a 15-year-old draw porn of themselves, and then there was more people, and one of them, 13-year-old by the way, wanted to buy kink gear for them. But Reikan doesn't know any of that, and he just goes on assumptions, by the way, because this is the only credible quote-unquote defense that she can think of at this point. Grooming is a very strong charged word with a stigma and image associated. 30-year-olds in dark, smelly rooms on a PC being in Discord calls with minors telling them to erotic roleplay. No. Grooming is much more complicated than that. Don't invalidate people that actually get groomed. Like a 20-year-old and a 13-year-old, that's an age gap that I don't think can be easily excused. This is what's going on, and we need to be better with how we handle this kind of thing. I have long, despite age gap discourse and people mobbing on others or misunderstanding misinformation, which a victim has edited their Tumblr post about multiple times, but folks ran away with it anyways. If you don't believe me on history here. Again, this motherfucker dares to talk about misunderstandings and misinformation while calling, what lolicons like child porn and excusing the creation of actual child porn. Sick shit. This isn't about VTuber cringe Artie-chan for me at this point, even though she literally hired me to help. LOL. Help! I'm a pedophile. How do I escape? This is about how we handle these things. We need to handle these things better and much more carefully. You really can hurt people involved if you are not careful. I'm not just talking about Artie here either. I'm talking about other possibility of the victim being hurt, re-traumatized, actively traumatized, etc. I've worked cases where such things were very close to happening. I cannot emphasize enough to dedicate these situations are... again, almost said a slur here because this person pisses me off so much. But how dare you? How dare you talk about handling situations delicately when you constantly go after innocent people for fictional shit, and then you dare to talk about nuances to other stuff while actually defending actual vile shit. Like, this is a how dare you moment if there was ever one. Now, if you're still uncomfy with Artie-chan, you have every right to block, unfollow, and move on. What do you not have the right to do is spy on her with minors, harass her, and spread gossip or misinformation that's already been dispelled. Nothing has been dispelled, by the way, at that point. Thanks for reading, VTubers. If someone is 18 in high school and falls in love with a 15-year-old, again, I read this, and this is a person that replied to Romeo and thus would not apply to this. Adults need to stop being not safe for work with minors. End of story. Also, I don't know what 18-year-old kind of hangs out with their younger classmates. Seniors said my school never befriended freshmen or some of ours. Not to mention, there's more than one person that's come forward. And notice how Reikan ignores that mention of the other person, like, completely. Just because your person didn't have that at your school doesn't mean it isn't common. And separate argument can be made with how you feel about environments when it isn't physical and both teens lie about their age. It's kind of a cocktail for disaster, isn't it? Just completely dismissive, but you know, $20 is $20, I guess. You'll defend anyone if the money is right, Reikan? Do anything. Anything for that fucking bag. Do you see how this got worse? Funny, isn't it? But don't worry, we're kinda almost at the end. I guess. Just a few things more to go through. I won't keep you too long. I think I present my case very well. And if you think I'm talking bullshit and I'm just taking things out of context, I am not. Because all of the issues I'm talking about are very well documented on my account. And what Reikan here says, it provides enough context to show you what her opinions are. And what context they relate to. So you cannot hang me on that I omitting anything on any of that stuff. It's all out there. It's all accessible, except Reikan's own account, because coward, potential pedophile defender, sex predator defender, abuser wants to run away from her past as the account closed. Apparently, just having any sort of not safe work anywhere makes you solely responsible for how minors interact with your content. You realize how fucking absurd that standard is, right? You cannot protect children from discovering porn in their decades of Puritan BS. I actually agree with that. You can't manage that sort of thing. But guess what Reikan decided to make this about? Reikan decided to make this about the age gap thing because she was about talking about Artie-chan again. Yes, because showing 25 and counting minors not safe for content as an adult is perfectly normal. Are you okay? I give a shit about outing groomers, abusers, and pedophiles. In fact, I give so much shit that when it comes to outing such folks, I do it for free with utmost attention and detail to make sure the case is made strong. I wish I could have worked with Bungo Taiga's victims. Again, falsely accuse Bungo Taiga of being a pedophile. Defend not just one, but two sex pests, with one of them being complicit in creating child porn. And this motherfucker, once more, says that they give a shit about outing groomers, abusers, and pedophiles. Please have this make sense for me, so I will not attempt to kill myself under this stream. So I understand the logical turmoils that this person is going through in order to come to this conclusion. Please make me understand how this person's mind works, other than just creating opportunities for herself to get ahead of other people, and again get that positive attention, get that good money out of it, and then just make a career out of it. But when we stretch definition of grooming to this kind of loose extent, it becomes hysterical, makes it easy to smear people with such heavily charged word. Saluna by actual abuser, Inkgeist actual abuser, Bungo Taiga, not a sex pest, by the way, and just so many others were groomers because they actively attempted conditioning. If your standard for calling someone a groomer is chalked up to them being not safe for 18 plus and not being fucking port authority while they're at it, then you really need to reevaluate what the fuck is going on in the world around you and right in front of you. Man. But do not worry, we are going through this fast because guess what? All of the shit that Reikan has done is slowly catching up to her in the year 2022. It turns out you just cannot shit yourself or under yourself on the internet so much and expect it not to affect you. You cannot make arguments like this and live through it without repercussions. So here's another post. In the same month, meaning January 2022, Reikan decided to talk about conspiracies about her. Note you're all genuinely concerned about my reputation, as I assure you that this is not my first rodeo. I assure you there's more conflicting opinions and even conspiracy about me. No matter where you go, I'm going to be fine. Not true, by the way. They're not fine. They're absolutely no fucking fine, especially on the Reikan account. Spoilers. I appreciate the concern, though. Hard fucking emoticons. Fortune actually fucking believes that me, Fangs, and Yanners have a fucking Discord server together. We devilishly decide who's getting cancelled next. Haters also legit think that I turned Artemis into a lesbian feminist. We're not close, nor do we talk. Do you remember how I talked to you about that Reikan is actually a prominent Fortune user? This is actually an actual post someone did make about Reikan on 4chan, a schizo post, by the way. There's no evidence that these retards are together on one Discord and conspiring, but I'm quite sure Reikan was on a different Discord or different Discords with other people conspiring about shit, because that's what she does. I mean, you've seen how she tried to manipulate Charlotte, even how she tried to manipulate me. Do you believe she didn't try to manipulate others like this? It's unbelievable if she actually hadn't. But the only way Reikan here knows that someone actually said shit like that is by looking up her name via 4chan archive. And you will have to participate very clearly in some threads there to actually know this. So, you know, someone that demonizes 4chan all the time has quite a bit of involvement with 4chan herself. It's funny, isn't it? Well, let me continue. Some people believe that I'm an abuser, groomer, pedophile. Abuser, yes. Groomer, very likely. Pedophile, possibility. Rapist, don't know. Criminal, possibly. I do remember some posts which I haven't screenshotted about some stealing shit, but it wasn't too relevant. Anarchist, communist. Okay, that one is actually true. Totem of fuck the government, capitalism there, so that's why you want to get the bag all the time. But fuck capitalism, right? Abuse of power, clout chase, abuser of power. You have no power to abuse. You only have power to abuse when you're in actual some sort of relationship. But knowing your personality, I think you'd abuse it. Clout chaser, it is true. A little CIA psyop. That's probably another 4chan thing that she picked up. The list is absurd and endless. In the flip side, there's so many people who appreciate my work. There isn't. And the good that I do. There's a lot of people that worry about me, but don't reach out because they don't feel the need to dip their toes into matters because they know I will either behind the scenes or publicly. You know how Reikan decided to talk to me about my reputation, how bad my reputation was? Well, I'm not the one that's completely untouchable despite what I do with my Twitter account, but Reikan has become so toxic, and you'll see that the only way to actually avoid anything remotely, negative was to just abandon the account wholesale. Notoriety, infamy, whatever you want to call it, comes with a lot. People will think what they want to think. You really can't control how everyone thinks. So you can mitigate that shit out of damage. Yeah, you're fucking an expert in fucking damage control, Reikan. No should you be obsessed, but burnout is real and that isn't gonna be the end of me. Anywho, I really appreciate all the messages, public warnings for me, and general warning. I know it's out of love. I don't know where she saw these fucking messages. I haven't seen any. I wouldn't know if there were any. And I'm not saying this to be spiteful or anything, but I just don't really think there were any. It's just all self-delusion by a narcissistic retard. I know it's out of love and just general kindness, even from people currently upset with me. I will be okay. No, you won't. Not on this account, at least. Let's continue. I am almost out of folders, luckily. This one is going to be a little bit shorter, and I'm going to skim through this one because of a very good reason, and that is it involves other abusers. It involves other people that are very likely to lie. But do you remember that lifestyle group that Reikan was involved with? Well, she was supposedly a manager in there, one of the people managing them. And she got involved with them in very inappropriate, unprofessional ways, which Reikan herself tried to, kind of sweep under the rug and paint as something not serious. And this is in July of 18. As you can see, there's many jumps of months because Reikan kind of slowed down on things because things weren't working right. This is a call out from Rinji, another person that was in that lifestyle VTuber group. I see call out now. Seems rather gossipy and petty for like part of 89 of harassment from a stalker and their friend who is now harassing other friends of mine, despite them all knowing we all don't want to contacts. I won't spend too much time at the circus. It's ironic how a year ago from this point, Reikan said that she won't be doing any more fucking callouts. But there's been only callouts that point onward. I'm not entirely sure if this is okay with lifestyle policies, rules from members or past members, purely on respect level for our as leader of the group's sake. But yeah, it was an emotional, difficult time for all of us. And here's them showing the DMs of what Bridgie had to say about this and what Aura had to say about this. I talked with Patty again, told her what I'm planning on doing. She told me that Ray made dramatic advances on her too. So that's all 5 of us. Wow. I mean, that's all that needs to be said if anything ever goes down. Oh, remember that abuse of power? I think we're gonna get it this time around. From the things that Reikan has listed herself. Yeah, I agree, LOL. After Ray becomes manager, she made dramatic advances on all of us. Wow. It really sucks, right? Totally rotten behavior, especially for someone in a management position. I feel like she played us against each other a bit too. Makes me wonder what sort of things she told other people about me. And why she was in such a hurry to tell me I should leave that Seluna document server because Minty makes me uncomfortable. Minty, by the way, another fucking abuser. Friends with another fucking abuser. These people are all different levels of fucking abuser. Minty herself, Minty Yukime, has been featured on my account numerous times. All of these people are scumbags. No other definition for it. Yeah, it's skeevy as fuck. So this Aura person, this Bridgie person, they may have been abused by Reikan, but they're all in the same fucking boat. Makes me wonder if Ray had given you all conflicting consultations. It's possible. When I brought this information today, she just dismissed it as Patty does whatever she wants. Like, that's a disappointing thing to be hearing from a manager. Yeah, no kidding. That's ridiculous, really. It's true too. Patty at this point kind of self-manages, which is cool for Ray, which is always so busy, apparently. But for me, who really values group unity, I'm not a huge fan. Exactly. I don't want her to be dependent on the management. I guess I want her to rely on us. We're all allies. We're teammates. Also, in case you're wondering, I'm planning to oust Reikan as soon as she's out of Texas. They're even conspiring against one another. Yeah, branding is basically non-existent. Any graphics that get posted on Twitter on special days, ugly as they are, were done by me. Same, I've been making my own stuff and paying a lot of someone else. But as a group, we don't really have anything. I'm very upset about the angel investor stuff too. I don't know if you remember that. Same, what even happened with that? Was that even real? I asked her a few weeks ago, but whatever became of that, she said, I kinda dropped the ball on that. By the way, manager extraordinaire, super professional social media manager and talent manager, drops angel investor and says, oopsie. When I asked her, but she has the ball rolled away, she didn't answer me. It's been a weird position, in a position a lot. I was talking with Chloe about it this morning. I've been a manager in different contexts. I've been led on projects involving a lot of people too. The stuff I expect from that kind of stuff, it hasn't been present, but I have been trying not to worry about it. I keep telling myself, I'm the talent, it's not my responsibility. But then she says things like this, that she gets shit done. If that was true, they should be checking daily with everyone, making sure we're all on track, making sure we don't need anything for social media or promotional stuff. It's kind of infuriating, isn't it? Again, remember how Reikan constantly toots her own horn about this sort of stuff? Well, turns out Reikan actually doesn't do shit, if you believe these people. And, you know, as much as these people themselves are probably involved in things I wouldn't agree with, it's all kind of feels like it checks out, doesn't it? Yeah, it really is, because I want us to be growing and successful as a team. It really just feels like you're all loosely associated with each other with separate goals. And that's the number one thing I want to change, besides getting Ray out of the manager position. And Reikan then decided to respond to all of this. I had to remember what constituted romantic advances, but I do admit that it isn't wise or professional to date people you work with. Which I did date 2 of the members in the polycule we all had together and confessed feelings for one another all the time. Which was what at the end of it. So again, super cool professional manager just dates people she manages in a polycule, no less, as well. But besides, just, you know, sweep that under the rug. Just besides that, like, it's no big deal. But besides just confessing my feelings for Bridgie, Aura, and Patty, there really wasn't anything else beyond that. No one wanted sexual advances, sexual harassment, or anything or any kind, including using my position in my favor. Nothing. I'm sure other members or even Bridgie can admit. A confession is unprofessional with people I was managing there at the time can make things awkward, and the potential for abuse is always there. But even for something like this, I'm more of a volunteer. Never was compensated for the managed work nor demanded it. Wow, what a fucking backpedal! Like, what a slimy fucking scumbag! Like, just sweeps all the responsibility away. I wasn't at my A game during that time they needed me. I honestly should have ceased activity and professional relations way before the moment I felt my own mental health issues flared up, and due to abuse issues I was dealing with at that time. Oh, you poor fucking baby. Your issues, your mental flared up, as they say. As for the double date, there's a strange way to attempt character assassination. I'm not sure if my ex is okay with me divulging in this, but I clarified the slander the bitch just made. Yes, Lord Twitter, this is malicious intent. 1. Cheated the board games. This is actually something that Bridgie said about them. Hold on. Did I have that tweet? Hold up. Oh yeah. It was here. I met Reikan in person once. She cheated on board games and tried to trick the waitress into thinking the drink was already paid for during a shift change. She wouldn't stop showing pictures of Minty's ass at the dinner table and made sure to warn us of her messy food fetish. Very fucking cool, by the way. So here's Reikan replying to these allegations. Cheated at board games. Strange way of interpreting me not really understanding a new strategy game I never played. Tried to trick the waiters and etc. I'm like a big fucking bimbo. Like, do you remember how Reikan said that people that said that they are dumb bimbos use this in order to escape accountability when she was talking about the neurodivergent shit and autism and stuff? Well, Reikan is doing the same thing right here. I'm like a big fucking bimbo. People and myself don't honestly think I'm undiagnosed with autism, and an interpretation of me being confused and forgetful with billing as me trying to deceive the restaurant is honestly wild. LOL. Please explain to me how you can forget that you pay the bill in a group setting. Because if you're American, the bill sits right there. It's a receipt that you actually sign. How can you forget that? This is bullshit. This is so fucking unfounded. Just, holy fuck, like, you expect me to believe that an American would forget to pay the bill and just go whoopsie doopsie. I have an autistic flare up and a big fucking bimbo. I'm just innocent. I didn't fucking know. Did nothing wrong. Like, what hasn't this person done at this point? Murder, eating babies? If I discover that Reikan has actually murdered somebody, that's gonna be something. Kept showing pics of Minty's ass. I don't own pics of Minty's ass, LMAO. Minty Yukime can confirm for a damn sure. By the way, Bridget there wasn't saying that she owned pictures of Minty's ass, you were just showing it off. I showed like one of pics of her public selfies because I have never seen her before and thought she looked pretty, and showed my ex pics and everyone else. By the way, I want to show you these pics because, again, not body shaming, but all of these creatures are not aesthetically pleasing to me and probably not aesthetically pleasing to you. So I avoided that kind of personal information showcasing on this stream. But I can only tell you that all of these people look disgusting to me. I say that not as a handsome lad myself, but these aren't people you would look at and you wouldn't cringe. I mean, normally, I guess, but they're not very attractive, so to speaking. So yeah, they have very low fucking... what would you even call that? They have a very low bar for what's pretty. That's what I'm gonna say. So no, I'm not gonna show you them pictures. Not because, you know, I'm afraid of doxing any of these people, because they showed their own fucking pictures on Twitter and shit like that. Even Reikan. You don't want to know what Reikan looked like. Reikan, before transitioning to female, actually looked like a decent lad, like a decent handsome guy, but after that transition, let's say mirrors probably crack in front of them. This is not transphobic. This is just me not liking what they look like. I've seen plenty of the attractive trans people. Reikan isn't one of them. But you know, if I'm gonna be mean to abuser, I might as well be mean all the fucking way. I do not care at this point. Fuck them and their lederhosen. I do not fucking care. Wouldn't shut up about her messy food fetishes. I confided as a friend this kind of info out of fun? IG, sorry for that too much information. Must have been cut on a date I had like day before with my ex, and was sharing a neat discovery about myself that I think is interesting. And that's the lifestyle story. In case you want to know what happened to lifestyle, it's gone. Like most VTuber groups that deal with, you know, people that deal too much with social justice issues and identity politics, all of them will eventually crumble from within, because people in there cannot simply get along with each other under any fucking circumstances, and they will always go at each other's throats. So that's what happened. Lifestyle. Rip in pepperoni, as they say. And lastly, fucking lastly. Oh, I haven't shown you this. There's one thing I had to show you before we move on. Did I actually save this properly? Where is it? I think it's in another folder, so give me a moment. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? The stream is about to end very soon anyway. We've been 4 hours in. I have to go and actually get a drink, but I will like give you a small break because we've been going for like 5 hours non-stop. Most streamers don't do that, but I apparently do. So I'll give you like a 5-minute break, and I'll be right back with my drink, and then we can finish on a banger because we're almost over, and I'll show you how a fucking coward runs, how a snake slithers into the fucking grass, trying to escape all accountability. So you go watch this intermission, very cute intermission, by the way, and I'll be right back. And I'm luckily back. I'm alive, fortunately. Oh, that's a bit too low. Okay. We're almost done with this. Got my drink, got everything set up to end this shit show. So you may be wondering, like, all of these actions that Reikan has taken up to this point, all of these years of being an absolute awful person. And mind you, I'm quite sure she has done a lot worse behind the scenes. And there's other stuff I haven't featured here. But again, we're almost at 5 hours anyway, so do you really want like the Lord of the Rings length trilogy fucking saga of this? I'm quite sure there was more, but the purpose of this stream was to demonstrate the core values, or rather the lack of core values that Reikan has, what she's responsible for, and why a motherfucker doesn't just get to escape accountability once they will do all of this shit. You just do not get to escape. It shouldn't work like that. I do know some people do escape, and they aren't held accountable in any sort of way. But you know, if you can do something to at least try to prevent that, then why not do it? And that's what I'm doing. So the first instance of Reikan saying that she, you know, wants to abandon the identity comes from August 2022 with the following. Hold up, let me get all of them up. It didn't list all of them for whatever reason. Okay. Here's another demonstration of how dumb Reikan actually is. Limiting this to a few of y'all because I trust that you can keep a secret. I am rebranding away from this account and will be using essentially a corporate identity for y'all to follow and work with. I want to talk about why, if you want to read on there's a thread. I've realized that despite all of the good I've done with deplatforming abusers, pedophiles, Nazis, etc., the gall of this person thinking they have done anything of that sort. There seems to be an unintended side effect that I've spoken of wanting to get away from, a culture of fear. For many, they're haters who've been trying to cancel me for years. It's only speculation, but I fear that my business has suffered from the constant smear campaign they have put on the like that is almost to a conspiratorial level by scaring away some potential clients allergic to drama. No, Reikan, you did that shit all to yourself. And here's, you know, a person replying to Charlotte and Kuramekira. By the way, Kuramekira is one of the person that constantly knows what goes on with Reikan and what a piece of shit Reikan actually is, but Kuramekira has that nasty habit of actually deleting all of the drama tweets. I wish I would have actually saved Kuramekira's tweets throughout the years about Reikan, because at least Kuramekira, at least, you know, ClamTuber, and knows, and many other people know what kind of shitter Reikan actually is. But here's another person talking about Reikan. Reikan is one person who deserves to be blocked by the entirety of Twitter. They have gotten personally involved in basically every drama since the community's inception. That's almost true. Like, I doubt there's many dramas that Reikan wasn't involved with. With no desire to be accurate or good faith. Puppet master type shit. That's very true too. Sorry you had to deal with this slowly. So, I don't know what kind, because this is Charlotte again. And again, I don't know what kind of reputation and what kind of relationship Reikan had after, you know, they decided to be buddy-buddy with one another after this. But from what I can see here, it probably didn't end very well. Charlotte's tweets about this have been deleted, as well as Kuramehira's. But just basing on what happened here, again, didn't catch that. I assume that things didn't go well. So that relationship between Reikan and Charlotte probably crumbled. And I'm not surprised, because Reikan is a retard that cannot be trusted. And for others, my effectiveness presents a kind of fear that I never intended. Oh, I'm sorry. The fearmonger that calls people pedophiles and all kinds of abusers didn't intend to cause fear within people. Oh, is that how you operate? Well, it's fucking logically sound, that. And now I know the consequences of fighting so publicly for so long. This is not a path I have emotional capacity to walk on, since my priorities have changed to survival. I remember how Reikan said that she's gonna be fine, and that, you know, none of that matters. 1 out of 10. Okay, so I read the thing. I want to tell you a couple of things, but given how Reikan now has your back, speaking anything to you that is not 100% positive might just be social suicide. Hence the burner account. Oh, consequences of my own fucking actions. Like, who could have thunk it? Who could have predicted such a tragedy, Reikan? I wonder. The dumbest fucking pseudo-intellectual I have ever seen. Deserve all that they get. Now that I'm able to work and take on clients rather consistently again, which is again very doubtful, I see now there's a healthy amount of competition for VTuber management and marketing. With this challenge, there are projects that I could help out with so much more without the baggage I carry now. So essentially, I'm gonna run away like a coward from all responsibility. Yumiko, which is apparently Reikan's girlfriend or whatever, and others have talked to me about all of this and suggesting this for a while. I'm ready to start a new journey with a new identity so that I can do my best to make sure Yumiko and I get by the best of my ability. That's why I'm rebranding. With rebranding, I'll be changing how do things from now on. Restructuring how do I make services so there's more services included and an affordable rate for more people. Focusing on bundles and more focus on self-help, constant analysis, and focus on helping partners. I have to show you something, because I haven't talked about like what kind of business actually Reikan offered. And I have to show you something interesting in regards to that, if I actually screenshotted that properly, and I hope I did. Because you'd be amazed at one particular thing about the business, about the offers that Reikan has. Oh, there it is. I have it. Wait. Like it's a separate one. Here it is. This is a side note. This is from July 2021. Here's Reikan having a sale on her services, on her managing consulting and managing consultation fees. This is 50% off, by the way. This is Pride and Juneteenth sale from $60 an hour to $30 an hour. This motherfucker, with this kind of behavior, this kind of reputation, and with this level of dumbassery, charged people $60 fucking an hour for consultation fees. This retard values herself so fucking high. It's amazing. What kind of it's so baffling. Like, what kind of credentials does this person think that she has in order to charge 60 an hour? 60 fucking an hour. Down to 30 an hour, which is still way too high for this sort of person. for consulting, branding, PR, marketing, networking, project management. Yes, this person that shits herself all the time on fucking Twitter wants to do PR for others and consult others on PR. You have to be a bigger dumbass than Reikan herself in order to actually, you know, fall for this. Again, this person has no credentials, no achievements under her name to charge this much. Only the negative reputation she herself has created. Insights, my fucking ass. And she thinks she's doing someone a service on fucking Juneteenth sale. Down from $60 an hour to $30 an hour. There's no fucking portfolio. Reikan has a LinkedIn that offers essentially nothing. I could... You can actually look up that LinkedIn. That LinkedIn... Like, believe it or not, LinkedIn has... Reikan has made LinkedIn for her fucking VTuber profile. That's also very logical and interesting. Just looked up VTuber Reikan LinkedIn and you'll find it immediately. There's very little there, but this promo is there too. Believe it or not, there is. But yeah, back to the actual topic at hand, because again we're almost at the end. So yeah. With a model and new design, I want to put a free self-help marketing content that gives everyone tools that you will need to succeed. No paid courses involved, just free education provided on YouTube for everyone to use. Never happened, by the way. Because this lazy retard does nothing. Consultations are better for specifics. Again, what does this person actually know about VTubing, about PR, and about marketing with the way they behave? This is all a self-delusion, and I don't know who falls for this. Wait, I actually do know, and I'm gonna... Well, I'm not gonna tell you names of who fucking fell for this, but I'm gonna tell you like a short story about fucking betrayal after this, so you fucking understand what I mean. But yeah. Given the state of things for VTubers, one would think that the trend is dying with how many people are falling out. Again, this shows you how little fucking knowledge this dumbass has of VTubing. VTubing at 2022 was on the rise, if anything else. It was rising more than anything else. This dumbass does no research on anything and thinks that because your indie friends are getting burned out because they have 1 or 2 viewers every fucking single stream, or they don't stream at all, that this is some kind of trend of a fallout. No. You don't know where to do market analysis, and you don't know how to do actual trend analysis on the internet. Even Google would actually give you like some metrics that you can start from in order to do a proper investigation on that. I tell you that as someone that deals with actual marketing nowadays and PR and social media stuff. It's not that hard, and there's so many tools to help you out with that. But Reikan is a dumbass. She operates on snake oil that other people sell her to, and preconceived notions about stupid shit. But the truth of the matter is, this is true for all content creation. It has been for a long time. Whereas my use is more in tackling burnout than anything. By burnout, she means like, don't work so hard. That's Reikan's advice on fucking for people that suffer from burnout. Don't work too hard. And by no means a replacement for therapy. Not a replacement for anything. But I know that I've said the most important qualities for a successful content creator is creativity, resilience, grit, risk-taking, being entertaining, vulnerable, and ultimately knowing yourself enough to continue the long haul. Another thing I want to do is make a website that provides centralized resources for VTubers. Never happened. To make this all affordable and doable and provide assessments that will help replace the sole branding consultations I do. I want to preserve VTubing and help make it accessible by constantly demonizing people. Wanting them out of it. While I do need money, restructuring my business like this may actually be a worthwhile risk since I will be help so many people in the process. As I search for full-time work, grinding with this business is against these new goals. Wish to stop hustling as hard as I have been. Tessa will be a new chapter with dedication to those goals and priorities I have in my life. I will do my best to avoid drama, and if I must, I will only provide support and know-how rather than hands-on help as I have been known to do. That means with the restructuring, any management and consultation package I give will continue to have free PR. I will no longer be charging for PR and sponsorship affiliate logistics advice. If a sponsorship and aren't sure about it, I will not charge to help. This is the shit that she charged for. Jesus Christ, who fell for this? That being said, I want to make something else clear. The only reason I would go out of my way to cancel anyone from now on, and even now, is if it were threatening the security, safety, and well-being of my girlfriend and I. And that's the only boundary I have. I'm rather tired too. You know what? Challenge fucking accepted. I don't think you can. I don't think you deserve to run away from everything that you did. No. Do it. I hope, even though there's a very little chance of it, and no one's gonna watch like a 6 hour or so stream about a nobody. But to those that do actually watch it and do happen to share this stream, and anyone who decides to work with Reikan or Tessa as she's known now, I hope this provides you a very good outlook at who you're fucking dealing with. An incompetent, vile bastard. That's what they are. That about covers a lot of that's been on my mind, so please do feel free to follow the new account. You're all free to tell others about it. I honestly don't think I can keep this up a secret for very long, but this is an honest attempt to change from me. Stupid person. And I'll be keeping this Reikan account open to continue to be silly on and whatnot. It's better as an alt, if anything, now. As of 2023, at least, the CriticalReikan account has been all but abandoned, by the way. And if you want to know that Reikan actually hides her identity like a coward, here's a proof of that. Her as Tessa. Dabs and cries, I got an A+ in emotional damage. Your trauma score is severe. Here's a hidden reply. What's that? Please call me Tessa. Forgot about that. Whoopsies. What's that hidden reply? Congrats on the A+, Reikan. Fucking coward. What a dumb fucking coward. But guess what? Reikan might be all but Biden, but there's a few other things on it. Just a little bit here and there. And Reikan got involved in some drama due to her incompetence on Tessa too, because Reikan is a very smart person, as you've already seen, of course. So before actually abandoning the Reikan account, and probably the same month as the announcement, no, this is November, announcing the Great Escape was in August of 2022, but Reikan decided to go to a Mastodon instance and essentially shit on lolicons there. And guess what happened? You can't just shit on a like a Fediverse Mastodon instance on lolicons as your Tessa identity and think you can get away with it. All I did on Mastodon was point out how you can effectively hurt these people as a VTuber when you scale up due to their extreme sense of FOMO, that you want these kinds of folks in your audience. One slide to these pedophiles and you start shouting for the Führer. And here's people on the Fediverse telling Reikan to essentially fuck off, and to the point where they would harass Reikan as Tessa. And considering what Reikan has done throughout the years, I don't blame them for wanting them to harass her. Like, here's Shizu on that talking about this. Any VTuber with 0 viewers noticed posting retarded takes about Lori results in a lot of likes. They repeat the same retarded takes. They get a lot of likes because Twitter normies. They try to use the clout to get some viewers. They gain 0 viewers because normies don't watch VTubers. These reports are starting to annoy me. Someone who isn't blocked by Tessa VD, please harass her relentlessly. And that's pretty much what you get. You get what you fucking deserve. You harass people and you get harassed back. Fuck around, find out. It's always the same fucking crowd. The same crowd gaining traction for the current drama for Lolly Smasher Pass. How subtle that is a hill they die on and must cancel people for. Their worldview is insular, based on desire to escape their own miserable lives. Coming from the person that actually fucking decided to abandon everything to start anew. Escaping all accountability. The self-awareness is below 0. It's in a negative. I am fucking tired, want nothing to do with them, and escape so fucking far away from them, and they are waiting to pounce. Well, you attacked them for all these years, and now you're fucking surprised that you're getting attacked. Like, you kick the dog fucking bites you. I am done fighting them. It's nice to know what I'm not alone, but I just can't stand this shit anymore. Remember, Reikan said that she's gonna be fine, and none of this matters. But here's the defeatist attitude. You fucked around and you found out. But guess what? Even as Tessa, Reikan got involved in a little bit of drama. I actually got her trending for a bit. We're not gonna be covering this in detail, but essentially, Tessa, Tessa now in Infinite Wisdom, decided to make this thread about the fucking USB microphone and what not to buy. If you're buying a microphone and are starting out with making content, please stop buying USB microphones, period, especially Yetis. I'm begging you, please give this a read. And then guess what? They gave uninformed opinions about USB microphones, that you shouldn't use them, and that you actually should buy a microphone that costs upwardly above $100 because, super cool sound quality. Instead of, just using proper filters and sound software in order to fix your audio issues, even with a cheap fucking microphone. and they got cooked for it. They got cooked for it by the whole fucking internet almost. At least that part of the internet that deals with streaming and audio equipment. We're not gonna be looking through how Reikan here got absolutely fucking cooked and smashed. There's just this one comment by Kura Mekira that sums this up very accurately. This reads like a series of Amazon product reviews from someone that hasn't personally used most of them. And it is, because guess what? Reikan has read the reviews for all of these microphones and then just amalgamated what was the positives about specific audio equipment parts, and then just put it out there onto Twitter, thinking it's some kind of expertise, whereas Reikan has absolutely no idea about audio equipment, not to mention anything else, as was already demonstrated by the complete lack of competence this person has in anything that has to do with life. The only thing that this person is competent at is having a huge fucking ego. So, yeah. that's it. But there's a few other things that I want to talk about. Last stream I mentioned, which was kind of an inspiration for this stream. I mentioned a VTuber that was friends with a lolly and lolicon VTuber. I'm not naming these two individuals, by the way. That decided to employ Tessa's services, employ Reikan's services, and I kind of confronted them about it, and I would like to read you some of our conversation. I'm not gonna name this individual that I talked to, but I will read you, and I won't show you because you might just recognize them from the way they post. Why do I keep their identity a secret? Well, because I don't want to start shit with them yet. If this person ever decides to go the way that Reikan has done on her Reikan identity, then all the gloves are off, and I'm gonna show it to you what kind of betrayal my friend, at least the person I consider a friend, suffered at the hand of this particular VTuber. So I'm gonna read to you the logs of me confronting them on Tessa being Reikan, because at this point in time I didn't think that this person actually knows that Tessa is Reikan and they're actually getting, you know, scammed or cheated or worse. So let me start reading here. This was in November of last year, so November 2023. I will say when it's me talking and when it's them talking. Sorry to bother me talking. Sorry to bother you after all this time. I sent you DM today asking about something that something, but then I got suspended on Twitter. Them. Wait, what? Again? I didn't see your message. I'm so sorry. Me. Yeah, who knows why this time? But this doesn't bother me at all. My question was, if you knew the VTuber named Reikan or CriticalReikan. Them. Yeah, I do. What about her? Me. I was wondering if you knew about her rebrand. Them. Yeah, I do. She's Tessa now. We had a conversation about it. Me. I see. It was possible you could have not known. I personally believe that it's pretty hard for people to turn a new leaf, especially if they're not showing it to those they have wronged, but also don't know what Reikan talks to you about. I'm not follow policing you or anything. It's not my business who you're friends with, but Redacted. This is Redacted is the VTuber I'm the lolly and lolicon VTuber I'm actually on good terms with. But Redacted and I agreed that we should at least ask you about it. Them. I'm not sure. Tessa helps me with the YouTuber channel and has helped me figure out what path I want to go as a content creator. We pretty much focus on my issues, and Tessa has helped me with the extended amount of harassment I've been getting. If you're worried about Tessa taking advantage of me or using me or something like that, then don't worry, lol. Me. But are you aware that Reikan is guilty of the same things she's apparently protecting you from? And worse. Them. Yeah, she's very transparent of it. Me. To you, not to those that she decided to mess with. Them. From what I've seen, she seems more focused on consulting services. Me. Yeah, as a means to get money and escape her past, which she herself openly stated on Twitter. Them. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do too. Making my own shifts in content. Me. Yeah, but I mentioned their name here. Your content was never harassing people and calling them pedophiles. Them. You'd be surprised at what people are saying otherwise about me right now, though. Me. You haven't harassed anybody, though. Them. Let me put it this way. I finally realized I actually have an anti-crowd that has been stalking me for a while now, and they've been harassing me for quite some time. making claims that I'm bullying and being ableist, even though I have ADHD. Me, because of that one video, I imagine, about the... I redacted what the video was about, because, again, you may find this person much easier this way. Since she decided to misconstrue what you said. Them. So I've been trying to make a shift in content style right now, and Tessa has been helping with that since I've been by myself about this. Tessa isn't perfect, and I know that, and I know what she's done, but I don't think it's right to disregard how she genuinely helped me. Kuri, I was about to graduate the amount of stress I've been under. I don't think you realize I've been getting harassed for 2+ years. Me. That's why it's your business who you associate with. Them. I don't publicly talk about that, what I deal with. I know I've been helping me is going to solve the damage she's done to other people, but I need to think about myself. Me, just be aware that if I see her acting like hypocrite, and she's been doing it right now, I will drag her and will not feel bad about it. I'm telling you this because I respect you and your work, but I think Reikan is absolute scum, because the thing she has done are hardly excusable, since she's never apologized to anyone. Them. I appreciate letting me know service is service at the end of the day. I won't be going over drama-related stuff moving forward, since that stuff is just too stressful to deal with. I'm just trying to move forward with my own life and my own career at this point. Me. I feel needed to tell you this because how I feel about her will also have an impact on you, since she is your associate. Them. I'm not too worried about myself. I've made a peace with the fact that people in general will find a way to be upset with me. I don't need to entertain these people, since like I said, I'm paying for a service and I've been helpful in both my mental health and my channel. Me. Yeah, I said ultimately your choice about how you want to move forward. And that's the last conversation I ever had with this person, by the way. After that, they have removed me from friends. And not only that, I've also learned that they have removed my Lolicon and Lolly VTuber friend from their friends and have ceased all contact with them from that moment onward, after we confronted this person about this. So, mind you, my Lolicon friend, my Lolicon VTuber friend, here was much better friends with this person than I was with her here. They've been together for quite a long time, even before I contacted the VTuber I'm talking about here that's dealing with Tessa. Since that point, my Lolicon VTuber friend told me that this person has been ignoring her, and ultimately they decided to remove her from friends and then just go radio silent. So TLDR, this person, by the way, that is, to my knowledge at least, from the conversations we had over some time, because I conversed with the VTuber I'm talking about here for quite a bit. We had a courteous, like acquaintance sort of relationship. We exchanged what other people were doing to one another, and she was pro lolly, but I never expected anyone like that to just outright, because, you know, to me it doesn't matter like if anyone like that just does a heel twist on me, like a heel turn, because this was just my acquaintance, but they did this on their friend. They outright know that Reikan has harassed and contributed to the harassment of Lolicon and Lolly VTubers. She was part of creating this whole panic over the years. And she knew this, but she still decided to go with Reikan as her manager. I ask you this. where are the principles here? Is your own career worth more than a friendship with someone? Apparently it is. How does that work? To me, this is like a betrayal. You betrayed that friend by interacting with Reikan in this fashion. Not only that, you give them money for the services. This isn't free. The person that harassed your friend, that contributed to the harassment of your friend, you're now paying them. And explain to me, how the fuck is that fair? This is kind of heartbreaking for me, because these two people were good friends. At least it looked that way to me on the outside of it. Like, they talked almost daily in Discord. I mean, I am not the one suffering emotional damage here. It's someone else that, you know, had a pretty tough life. And I don't want to go into details that, because that's kind of rude to talk about, you know, someone's life behind their back like that. But they had a tough life. They even have trouble because of their life. They had a trouble to differentiate even what a good friend or even what a friend is. And then you meet someone who you consider to be like your first best friend, and they do this to you. Just right out abandon you without saying pretty much almost anything to your fucking abuser that you paid to in order to further your career. And let me ask you this: how dumb are you to take advice from this incompetent motherfucker? In what universe does this retard give you good advice? Are they protecting you from the harassment they themselves started? Is that their trick to further your career? Is that what I'm supposed to believe here? Because I don't fucking know. This shit doesn't sit right with me. And during this whole conversation that I just read to you, I was telling you, like, what was the impetus for me actually starting this stream? Like, what is the moment of hypocrisy that, like, you know, broke the camel's back here? Well, let me show you how Tessa acts right now on Tessa. Let me give you a few examples of this fake motherfucker. Hold up. This is Tessa's profile right now. This is Reikan. This is the description. Be authentic. Be bold. Be kind. You hypocritical motherfucker. How dare you? Authentic, bold, and kind. You aren't any of these fucking things. How dare you put this shit on there? Like, absolute vile fucking monster. But that's not everything. Do you, like, going back to the beginning of the stream, you remember how Reikan said that she would never support, like, you know, Shonen Jump because it supports and encourages pedophiles? Where here's Reikan as Tessa praising One Piece. Complete fucking heel turn on that as well. But, you know, that's not the worst part. Here's Reikan still having a model by that fucking sex pest that is Diesel, that is Pix's Chi. Right now, she changed that into something else. I don't know if they broke up their relationship or not, but Reikan has been using that model for a while as well. And how fitting it is that Reikan is now Tessa, a snake VTuber. Like, isn't life just fucking poetic? Or is that just a little bit of self-awareness from this retard? Maybe you, deep down, you know that you're a fucking snake. And you know, this is the thing that broke the fucking camel's back for me. This retard dares to pretend that they're part of a, you know, of a community. Yup, this is VTubers in a nutshell. This is a place I call home. Kani. And Kani refers to a fucking lolicon meme. You fucking dare to pretend to be like supportive of this shit. After all the shit that you have done with all of these people, after all of the shit that you said to them, you dare to fucking pretend that you call this place home. You fucking disgusting, cowardly hypocrite. And I fucking implore you. Like, this is one of the few times that I do this. If you know this, if you know any person that has a relation to this Tessa, Reikan, that deal with Tessa, do let them know about this stream and what Tessa and Reikan has done. This person does not get to get away from any of this shit. Not today, not tomorrow, and never. I know that may sound a little bit dramatic, but this person is an actual scumbag. No redeeming qualities. Grift, vileness, disrespect, if that, you know, wasn't showcased in every like fucking moment in this fucking stream. Absolute cowardice demonstrated by this person is beyond the scope of anything that I have seen before by anyone. And, you know, just trying to hide all of this from anybody and pretend you are this, you know, benevolent, kind, and authentic person that, you know, is there to make the VTuber community better. No, you aren't that. But yeah, that's the Reikan story. It's probably not the full story. I'm quite sure there's things that I have missed that you know, could be relevant to Reikan's awful behavior. But in case of, you know, of actually showcasing what kind of personality we're dealing with here and what they're capable of, just to get ahead, just to get, you know, that fucking bag, I think I've demonstrated that pretty well. And yeah, even if I were to lose my fucking Twitter account again, if Tessa or if that other VTuber does something that go against the people that they previously supported, I'm dragging both of them out into the limelight again and again and again, because you do not get to get away. Like, my sense of personal justice, that does not allow them to get away. I don't fucking care how autistic that makes me sound or anything else. This is actually triggering to me, because you don't get to do this to so many people, and even to people I consider friends, and you know, just try to hide it away like it's never happened, and even pretend that you're something else. No, you just don't get to do that. And I'm quite sure that the shit that you know, Reikan and Tessa said, I bet that that fucker doesn't believe half of the shit they say. This was all a bit to get attention. I'm quite sure of it. But guess what? It didn't get them any positive attention. In fact, resulted in the very opposite. So much so that they decided to abandon anything and start anew. And, you know, they have some clients. But if they ever get to anyone else I personally know, oh, there's gonna be hell to pay for this one. It's infuriating, is what it is. But yeah, before I get more pissed at that. Well, Kivara, you actually missed Reikan defending someone who contributed to the creation of CP. So if you just think that a betrayal of a friend is bad enough, That's probably the worst thing that Reikan has done. Defend sex pests, defend child groomers, and someone that actually, requested CP to be made. So yeah, this is all Reikan. She will do this in order to get positive attention, and in order to get money, and in order to get on the good side of whoever she's trying to schmooze with. So yeah, fuck her. Fuck anyone else that knows about her past and still decides to associate with her. At this point, you are complicit in enabling that behavior. Because you know, and you willingly decided to associate yourself with them. And you ignore it. You ignore it the same way Reikan would ignore it, just because, you know, it helps it with your career. Fuck anything else, right? Fuck your friends. Fuck the friends that she made, right? Audible fucking sigh. Right here. But yeah, that's everything I have for you today. As funny as some moments were in this stream, more of it is just, you know, it just contributes to pissing me off. Because, you know, these people just continuously get away with it, so it's just no fucking justice. No fucking justice to anything. But, you know, as much as I don't believe in karma, still, the more you fuck around, the more you find out. And Reikan fucked around so much, like for a lifetime's worth. So, yeah. I'm done. I'm done with this topic for now. And if Reikan ever decides to do anything like this again, or if any of her associates decides to that knew about her past decide to you know, promote her, I will make sure that everyone knows of this stream and of all the things that she has done over this stuff. And as I promised, I will kind of zip up this folder of things they have. It's kind of segregated into into dates, a bit haphazardly, but it's readable, and you'll be able to navigate it pretty well. Some things in it are named like anime grift opinions, lolly in anime explains lolly, PewDiePie stuff, our DMs, pretty easy to navigate. So I will upload this in a few hours. I will put this on Twitter. I will also put this in a community tab on my YouTube. After this stream ends, I'm gonna download and archive it, because I don't think it would be below Reikan to actually try to get this thing down by some means. She would go through those lengths. I'm quite sure, because I don't think this person has changed like whatsoever. Am I supposed to think they turned a new leaf? Heck no. Where is my evidence for that? Like, did they apologize to the fucking hundreds of people that they insulted, called pedophiles, throughout the years? Instead, they decided to just hide all of their, you know, misdeeds and try to start anew, as if what they did wasn't such a fucking big deal. So yeah, I am done. And without furthering this more, I will play you guys off with something nice. At least I think it's nice. And you guys have a good one, because I can have a good one at this point. I'm a bit too pissed, excuse me being a bit too pissed at this person. Hope that's understandable at least. And next time, I don't know what we're gonna have a stream about. Maybe someone a little more funny, a little bit less infuriating, a little less boiling my blood in kind of way. But yeah, thanks for coming out, for staying these almost 6 fucking hours. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't find more stuff, even though it would have presented like an even better picture. But yeah, 6 hours for this shitlord is more than she ever deserves. It's more attention than she ever deserves in life. So yeah, you guys be good. Stay hydrated. Go to bed at the right time. And just be good to one another. Don't be like Reikan. If you have friends, actual genuine friends, cherish them. Not like Reikan. Not like that VTuber I talked about. Be better than these people. Which is a very low bar, considering how they act. But yeah, you guys just be good. And I'm out. Take care.